council meeting as presented and acknowledging.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to the staff reports for information. Our first order of business is the workshop for application process update, being presented by Jerry Gautreau, Manager of Legislative Services and Strategic Advisory Group, Records Management.
Good morning, the Mayor and the Council. So this is just
I think that's on there.
this is just a verbal update on, I'm actually, I guess I'm giving the verbal update for planning actually. So this was a workshop that we were trying to put in front of administration. And just wanted some updates, probably looking at some type of also contract services through Liz and as well as through Mark, just to put in a process of what planning is. So what we're kind of noticing in the planning group is that we have a great application intake and we have a great application outtake.
I believe the microphone is not on, but I don't see the light on behind.
It's on now. It's on now.
That's what it was. It's, it'll be bright red. There we go. Perfect. That's great now. Sorry, buddy. A little bit of cough today. So I'm gonna do.
Sorry, thank you. Mayor Council, I start over again.
Thank you.
So I'm presenting a verbal report on behalf of planning. So what we're actually looking for and where we're actually going with this and Debbie, or sorry, not Debbie, Sherman is of course presenting on behalf of her team. So we're looking at planning, we're looking at some of the processes, and the reason why we're kind of here is just to let the council know and where we're kind of at. We're going to probably have to spend a little bit of money on some of the things, whether it's Mark and Liz, our current engineer and planning and planner. Some of the issues that we currently have and some of the great things that we have is we have great intake. So when people are coming in for planning, we have a great application intake, we have a great application outtake is what we call it. But there's pieces in the middle of that are kind of scrambled in, and we're just not really sure how I guess, well, we are sure where it's actually going, but we like to smooth out that process, not only for the public, but the people are coming in, but also for council and understanding where things are going. So what we would like to do is, again, is probably have a workshop internally to look at that process, as well as work with different people within our organization, and then bring back the process to council on how we would like to go forward with not only with our development teams, our planners, and with our staff members. So it's just a quick verbal update on where we kind of like to go. So I'm opening for some questions. I don't think I have all the answers, so I'll try to do this.
Thanks, Jerry. You mentioned that it'll be encompassing the intake and the output.
So we have a great intake process, and we have a great output process. It's the middle stuff that has issues with, and when I have issues, it's just that we're not quite sure of, everybody's not sure where everything is going to go, so it makes it confusing. And so we just want to smooth out that process. We just want to, we want to basically a nice riding car going down the road instead of all these bumps on the way. So we just want to smooth everything.
I think that's a great idea. Councilor Pope?
Mayor, to presenter, you said it was going to cost us some money. Can you explain that?
So currently we have a contractor, we have an engineer contractor as well as a planning contractor here within the city. And we would like to be using their services just to help through that process and some of their expertise. So although they're already contractors for the city of Chestermere, we just want to make council and the public, aware and transparent that there is some money that will be spent to smoothen out this process.
Thank you.
Councillor Funk?
Through the mayor to Jerry. I see third item, I believe in this section is for the records management update, stuff that we're doing. And I also see that in this line item. How much of this do you think is records management and the traceability, the use, the finding that everybody can question? How is this a significant portion of this?
It's a small portion, like, so I'll kind of back up. I know Jody will be presenting the records management where you'll be amazed at what we've been finding for the short period of time that even Jody's been with us. However, this records management is a huge part of this as well. But it's also the process of how we get there, the understanding. So just to give you an example, when we're talking first reading, when first readings are coming to the table, and then through the public presentation, and then we're jumping to bylaws and outline plans and everything. Sometimes it's just doesn't run smoothly as we'd like it to, and I find sometimes it confuses the public. Sometimes it even confuses yourself as council. So we're really trying to put that piece, smooth that piece out where everybody's on the same understanding on how the public hearings are going to work, right? To how you're going to either deny the application, or accept the application, giving it a second and third reading. There's also some processes that we want to look at. Where do we actually put first reading forward to this council at first, or do we have the public hearing and allow council to hear the public hearing and then go to first, second, consideration for third, and then third reading? So we're looking at different processes on that, between that input and output.
No, that's interesting. That's very interesting. That would be nice, I think, if public hearing was earlier.
Yes, and so, and like I said, we'll be working through that process. Internally, we'll have a workshop, and then we'll present that workshop and our findings, and, to council for their recommendation and for their approval that we can go ahead.
Okay, great. Any other last comments for Jerry? Councillor Hanlon?
Yeah. At the end of the workshop, will we be able to, I think for residents, there's a number of concerns. How that whole process works from start to end, not just the redevelopments and the public hearings, but also the development permits and those things that they do internally themselves. And once it's all sort of charted out after the workshop and we explain the processes, could we share that information on the website for the public so they have a clear understanding of how it works?
So that was also my intent through the workshop, and I have to get with IT and comms and et cetera, but that was part of our whole piece is the outline, a step-by-step process, whether you're a developer coming into, a brand new developer coming into Chestermere, what really, what's expected of it, what the process is going to be. And not just that, is also public going, I'd like to maybe develop it, or say build a deck. It's a step-by-step that we have to do to build a deck. I'd like to have all those forms online as well for the public, so everybody has an understanding of where they go and how we get there.
Yes, and how to speed up the process too.
Cutting red tape.
Yeah. Okay. Any last questions for Jerry? All right. Thank you very much, Jerry. If I can get a motion to set Jerry's presentation for information. Councilor Pope.
Make a motion that we accept the presentation's information.
Any questions or comments? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Moving on to our second presentation for information is in regards to busing for Chestermere, presented by Jerry Gautreau.
So again, good morning, council and the mayor. So this is just a verbal update. This was on our action list that was asked to come back to council on the transportation of the mowing trolleys. Mowing trolleys that we put in front of you before have been sold. However, we've sourced some other ones in Charlotte, North Carolina. These particular ones are they remain in Canada. They can be imported to Canada. We just received the information yesterday late, that they're in Charlotte, North Carolina. So we're just in the midst of trying to get down there. We put a hold on these particular ones through a PO, which is, we had to put a $5,000 PO down for these molly trolleys to hold them. This is a refundable deposit if they don't work out for us. So, you know, it seems like every time we're trying to get in front of something, we're always losing it. So administration decided to put a PO down for these particular buses, and we're just going to be making accommodations to go down and take a look at these. So these two particular are Ford's chassis. Unfortunately, they are gas, which, you know, I guess for mechanic wise, they say it's better than having diesel. So these are some of the challenges that we're probably going to solve these particular models.
Okay, Councilor, any questions for Jerry? Councilor Funk?
Through the mayor to Jerry, that actually brings up an interesting question in my mind. Was there a difference in operating costs between diesel and the gas? I know there's usually a purchase difference, but there's usually a savings difference on the other end.
Very small amount. So I mean, of course, diesel is more money than gasoline right now, but the diesel engines will last a longer period of time than gasoline does. This also comes out the maintenance, so it's probably a wash right now between the fuel costs and the maintenance costs.
Councilor Funk?
Well, through the mayor to Jerry. You said that these ones, you put a hold on them. What's your plan? How soon are you ready to go send someone down there to look at them?
So we're just looking at flights now. Council through a resolution has allowed us to spend some money to go down there and look at these particular units, not these units, but the other units. So we're just looking at flights right now to book, and we're also just waiting on other documentation. So these two particular buses have passed what they call a DOT inspection in the U.S. It was actually done here, from what I'm heard, so what she told me was last month. We're waiting for those records to have our mechanics actually look at those records as well, because, you know, let's face it, when we're going down there, our mechanics can't tear everything apart, but they can give everything a great visual look, kind of test drive things, see where things are at. But the records are probably the key for any of these vehicles that we're looking at.
Okay, any further questions? Councilor Hanlon?
That's the mayor to Jerry. Any ETA of when you would expect to be able to get back to us with, you know, what the status outcome of these are, you know, what the business case is towards this, and what the operational plan would look like?
Great question. With my portfolio right now, it's fairly large. So what I'm hoping to do right now is to go down with the mechanic just to kind of look at these buses to make sure that this is going to be a fit. And then once we have more details, is bringing back that analysis to council. You know, if these are even, if this will even work for us, we're not 100% sure at this particular time. You know, we're 95% sure that will work, but there's still that 5% chance that it might not. So we want to make sure that we're bringing everything back to council to make a proper decision.
Councilor Hanlon?
Yeah, so that would probably imply maybe, and correct me if I'm wrong on the dates, of maybe sometime in December or early January coming back with another progress report of where we stand on things, and at that point in time, sort of having a firmer idea of when we would have sort of an operational plan or what direction we're going.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. We're really hoping to actually get down there within the next couple of weeks to actually look at these molly trolleys. And then bring a report. My goal is to bring a report back to council, probably the last meeting in December, so that we can just kind of firm things up and make sure that we are, and maybe have a decision by that time whether we're going to proceed or not.
Councilor Funk?
Actually, I think my question is more towards council than it is to Jerry. I'm wondering if it would be prudent for us to approve more of the program than the actual buses. At this point, if we're looking to do the busing within Chestermere, should we not maybe be looking at just approving a budget for administration to move forward with and the program, turn it on and allow them to run with the program? That would probably expedite things significantly in my mind.
Jerry, what have we approved thus far of our license program?
I'd have to thank you through the chair to the chair. I'd have to go back to to the exact motions, but I believe there was monies definitely for travel. I don't remember exact dollars. We can go back to the motions though. But I know that there was some monies that were put aside, as well as for a business case as well, that there's money put aside for that piece. Unfortunately, my department and all departments within the city are in budget deliberations right now. So some of these things, of course, got away because budgets are important as well. So, not saying that all work is not important, but we're spread pretty thin right now trying to get everything done.
Yeah, okay, I would suggest that we definitely get the business case as soon as possible, just so council can fully understand what we're looking at. I've seen some of the preliminary numbers and that it makes sense in relation to what we're doing in the city of Calgary. Though I think it's a good idea to make sure we present the business case, just so everyone can see it. In the keeping in mind the timeframes and what you're trying to achieve as well. So it's just more work.
Right, and through the chair to Councillor Funk, administration would, I guess we would concur with what you're saying to all the council is are we looking at the entire program? And we have to do a business case. So I agree with what the mayor is saying. It needs to do a business case to allow council to make that proper decision. Or once that comes in, my recommendation, one of my asks would be is exactly that. If council is approving the go ahead with the transportation, is just allow it and put it in our budget for transportation and just allow administration to run. I think we have an idea of what this council is looking for transportation for its residents. So I guess that just me and my comments.
Mayor to Jerry, you see there's two buses here. We thought we were going to need something like more. Do you have any other lines on more?
Thank you, through Chair, Deputy Mayor. There is currently one that has a hold on it. So we have to be very careful of what we're trying to import as well. We have to make sure that they are Canadian approved to import in Canada. So although there's a lot of Molly trolleys out there, we have to make sure that they're the right ones that can come into Canada. Those usually are on Ford or Freight or chassis. So that, again, we just need to be careful because we're trying to source the right ones. And we have actually two companies that are trying to source them for us right now.
Yeah, it's interesting again with the summary that we had before, identifying that we would increase the busing schedule for Chestermere significantly as compared to today's early morning shift a couple times a week. So it definitely sounds worthy. Thank you. Any questions further for Jerry? All right, if I can get a motion to accept his presentation as information. Councilor Ford.
I make a motion we accept the presentation as information on the Molly Trolleys.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Great, thank you. All right, moving on for our third item, under staff reports for information will be records and documents management. Current state and recommendations being presented today by Judy Graham, our document management officer.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, again. So I'd just like to introduce Jody. Jody Graham, she's been with the city of Chestermere for a while. Well, 4 months, I guess. She is our records and documents manager. This is her first presentation to council. So I guess you kind of go easy on her a little bit. And it's an exciting presentation from what I'm hearing. And I'm sure that you're going to enjoy it.
Morning, Jody.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Council. Jerry mentioned, I'm Jody Graham, recent addition to the city, records and document management officer. And to my knowledge, prior to my installation in the basement here, there wasn't a designated records management department or person at the city. So that being said, myself and Brenda and Teresa have hopefully compile these observations and recommendations about what we need to do going forward. And I suppose I'm making my comments today through the chair to the chair. And I don't know how to turn this on. They told me how to. Jeez, I'm so sorry. Alright. Okay. So here are some photos of the basement. The top photo and the middle photo are, pardon me, are offices that have been cleared out. Spaces at a premium here, so this just got that way best we could. The binders are council minutes, which are some of the only documents that we have to retain permanently, just kind of strewn about on top of the shelf. And the bottom left photo is our filing area with some collapsed boxes and some looking like they're just about to collapse. An external needs assessment conducted in 2019 determined that record and document management is not possible in the city's current information environment due to poor document management capabilities and user habits. They invested about $50,000 to have that assessment done. It was pretty comprehensive and just basically yielded the results that we're really disorganized. We need to get our ducks in a row here. So our files are unmanaged. Information is spread and isolated across different systems and locations without centralized control or any standardization. Physical records are in offices, boxes, files, and they're not in any at your fingertips order or organized at all. Electronic files are regularly duplicated and moved inconsistently. There's lots of confusion as to what the true and current version of a lot of documents are. And paper convenience copies are regularly printed, but are rarely disposed of properly in a timely manner. And this is just another photo of the basement. There was a note for someone to go through this mess. All of these papers were from 2003. I think whoever was supposed to go through it has moved on at this point. Staff have little to no training for guiding literature and document management. Each department is left on their own to manage their information. And this results in poorly organized and properly stored records, which makes retrieval really difficult and very time consuming. There's no chain of custody when files are accessed, physical or electronic, as far as I know. So if they're altered or misplaced, there's really no way of knowing how or who they're with. Time taken to find, misfile, and updated documents takes away from performing valuable job-related tasks and inhibits collaboration. Filing outdated documents, it's just a waste of space and resources. I like this photo as a bit of a nerd because we've got 2003 property assessments next to tax statements from 1981, next to dog and business licenses from 2021. And you retain dog licenses for 3 years, business licenses for 7. So having one in the same box doesn't make a lot of sense. More photos of our glamorous basement. The top boxes, it was a mess until Teresa and I basically cleared that out. And as we were doing so, I noticed a good number of boxes that were pretty well deteriorated from water damage. And maintenance has been being aware that there is another leak in the basement. So I'm waiting to have that fixed. And it's just, you can almost read the water rings like rings in a tree on the top of that last box. It's just years of just neglect, essentially. Lack of guiding documentation and support is frustrating. Some information is isolated in silos that may be inaccessible to some or all employees. collaborating through email creates duplicate documents, inaccessible information, and security risks. Can't always control where people are opening their emails. And heaven forbid they go on vacation and you read a document they were working on. Job satisfaction can diminish when information necessary to perform tasks is arduous to access. Your workload is needlessly increased just to find the things you need to do your job. So as per our observations and the observations made in the 2019 needs assessment, which if anybody is interested in seeing, I'm happy to forward on. To shift the city from a purely records management approach and adopt a document management and information governance strategy. It all kind of sounds the same, but I'll go a bit more in a second. To dismantle the information silos that inhibit collaboration and remedy the culture of my records versus city records. And in doing that, we'll hopefully build some trust in city information. If people know and can trust that, whatever template or information they need, they can access from, the shared network or the repository. They won't have the need to be sharing it on their desktops and in their emails and that sort of thing. And sorry, and to basically all organization-wide just kind of dispose of our redundant, obsolete, and transitory records. And that's just emails that you look at once, letters to let you know something's happening, things you just look at once and sort of delete. And to streamline the process, integrate compliance, security into business processes and confidential documents. It's my understanding that our current FOIP process is quite labor intensive. It would be nice if we could integrate some of the business process automation that a lot of these new systems offer to sort of reduce workload and increase accuracy as well. And to manage our physical and electronic documents as per a defensive retention schedule. We have one, I'm not sure how many people are aware of it or are at that point adhere to it. So information governance is just basically the new word for records management. A comprehensive information governance strategy is comprised of records management and document management factors, and they also have some overlapping functionalities as well. Records management sees to policy regarding retention and disposition procedures, litigation rules, and physical records management. It's concerned with the vital records that are proof of the city's day-to-day activities. The goal is compliance. Document management is concerned with version control, being able to find things, and just tracking and managing transitory records and the growth of information that we have. And the goal of that is efficiency. And both of them are concerned with audit trails, chains of custody, and circulation systems, just checking them and checking them out. File remaining conventions and security. And their shared goal in that regard is business continuity. So our recommendations would be to regularly maintain and update our retention and disposition schedule. That is the only guiding documentation the city currently has. However, it was last updated in 2015. Seek legal advice as to which hard copies are absolutely necessary to keep and which can be discarded once digitized. There are some organizations, government agencies, they'll only retain physical records for as little as 30 to 90 days for quality assurance purposes. Once they are sure that the digital scan is up to their standards, they do live with a physical copy entirely. And in doing that, we can look at integrating electronic signatures just to streamline some processes and helpful. The next point, which is documents that are created digitally should remain digital to maintain their source of truth and integrity. And that's just every time you print something off and sign it and rescan it, it just kind of loses a bit in the process. If you can keep things as close to the original as possible is for the best. Assess and compare electronic content management software options to determine the best suits these needs. Brenda, Teresa, and myself have looked at a few options. However, we do need to hone in on city-specific needs. So, the content we plan to store, if we're going to be using this organization-wide or just for a few departments, even if we just start with a few departments and scale it. And what are our deployment needs? Do we need to update any hardware? What sort of integrations are we looking at? A lot of them have out-of-the-box integrations with Microsoft Office suites with products and Google and that sort of thing. But for more specific things that we use here, nice, they all work together. And how many users will have access and what privileges they need? There's different levels of access, read-only, things like that. And of course, they all vary in cost. It's recommended that each department complete the records inventory and purge records that have met the retention schedule by a defined date, just so we can get it out the door and eventually just get rid of what we don't need and stop storing it. And it would help for future business process foundation, what we had and what we need to do the job. The next point is just sort of to help keep document management top of mind for people. As you can tell, I'm not a huge public speaker, so I don't know about the whole community business. But just some sort of way to have training documents, guiding documentation, frequently asked questions available to staff when they need it. Or to ask questions when they would like, because I don't think most people are aware that I'm hiding out under the stairs down there. So we do have a general email account set up. I was thinking more like a page on the intranet or something, where we need to sort of look at after major better study first. Establish a comprehensive information governance strategy, and that's just the training, the policies, quality control, compliance, auditing, creating a standardized taxonomy, and metadata, and naming conventions, that are just fancy ways of saying the terms that we use regularly in our day-to-day business and how they apply to the work that we do, rather than just general terminology. And to establish a circulation system so we can check in and check out documents just to establish where they are and what's happening to them. Consider appropriate facility, security, and climate control. Physical records remain on the site. As I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of water damage. There's potential for people getting hurt, tripping, having boxes falling on them, things like that. And our file area is just in basement. So if the door isn't locked, it's a shared space. The library sometimes props it open. Not that I think people are creeping in there to dig in the files, but that is a possibility. It is essentially open to anybody who is wandering, like they're using the public restrooms for the library. They can just go back there and have a look. So if we're maintaining new physical records, security is something to consider. And just reducing our overall carbon footprint, because the paper waste is quite crazy. There are some boxes of council meeting minutes that are just people's personal copies that we're making notes on, as well as official copies that we need to retain. So it's just lots and lots of paper that we're retaining for no reason. So benefits and core features of an electronic document management system. Pardon me. Electronic content managers are vital to modern organizations. They enable seizure of growth opportunities, increased productivity and security, as well as cost savings for limited budgets and obstacles. Document management systems ensure compliance and faster control of most access documents. And the implementation and use of an electronic content manager with the city and aligning with council's strategic values, basically on almost all counts. It's a fairly established industry at this point, so all of them have a core set of features. It basically comes down to how they handle them and their bells and whistles. They all have capture, management, storage, preservation, memory functionalities. Again, yeah, it just kind of comes down to what works best for us. The main benefits are starting with effective retrieval. The time it takes to retrieve documents is often underestimated. Data is effectively rendered useless when it is inaccessible or lost. And all these little facts on the side, I do have references and things that are interesting. I can just make them up, I promise. Streamlined, organized storage, free from clutter, makes room for important documents. And frankly, if you're storing outdated, useless information, you're wasting money. There's no reason to have it. Documents can be accessed on desktop and mobile apps as well as web-based clients, so you're not tied to your computer, just to find information. Prompt and evidence-based decisions can be made in a timely manner because electronic records management ensures you have the records you need when you need them, and not 3 days later if you happen to find them. Consistency. They create consistency in a variety of ways, starting with file name, inventory, and capture. But data is essentially just subject tags to make things easier to find. Integration with pertinent business applications, again, far and above just Microsoft and Google and that sort of thing. Workflow capabilities that create unique outcomes, and that's business application automation. Places like Strathmore and Oaktops are really doing some very interesting stuff with that. And version control, that's just a continuous problem I find that crops up, and it's just something these systems are really helpful with. They have public-facing portals that mirror internal access points, so if there's information we want the public to have, they access it the same way we would, and it looks the same as it would for us. It's just obviously limited to what they're able to see. So it makes navigating it a little easier. Cost savings. In the long run, they do just, it's crazy the amount of money they can save. Physical files require a lot of resources, whether it's space, staff hours, stationery. It's crazy. Have we file folders cost? I know that sounds really old for me, but oh my goodness. These systems vastly increase efficiency via business process automation, but even just being able to find things on time and create documents without, having to search for 20 minutes for the proper template. Productivity increases when relevant information is quickly found and referenced. And if files are lost or past the retention period or no longer needed, it's wasteful to keep them. These systems apply policy automatically, so they just dispose of them. Don't have to call in a shredding truck, to deal with 20 years worth of paper. Even if we did have paper, it would just be needed to what you have to get rid of in that year, because these systems also apply policy to paper records. So it just makes it easier to navigate that system as well. And when you lose a document, you have to recreate it. I'm away when we have to deal with that. To mitigate risks, and this comes back to the security piece that I mentioned earlier, as well as environmental hazards. guidelines are always becoming more strict, especially for municipal government. Having a solid information governance strategy ensures compliance. Reduce litigation risks and potential penalties by disposing of material by its stated retention date. Sometimes you can run into issues by holding on to information longer than you need to. And classifying that information and having proper permissions applied. Environmental controls helps prevent the loss of information that you need in the future. These systems have redaction and encryption functions, chain of custody and audit logs, and most of the digitized documents as soon as you receive them. So they're not falling off of desks or getting lost on their way to somebody's office. It's all fairly instant. That being said, we looked at 4 different content managers. It's kind of difficult to narrow it down, but we looked at 2 sort of big ones and 2 medium range, I suppose. Look at it that way. OpenText was the first one. They've been at it forever. They're Canadian based, and they've basically gotten into the habit of acquiring software from other people rather than focusing on their own. So they just have tons of functionalities and a lot of overlapping. The regional municipality of Buffalo, some departments of the city of Calgary, and other large organizations use OpenText. They handle end-to-end information management. Really, they all do, but this one does have specific modules that are well applied to record and document management functionalities. And they've got some out-of-the-box functionalities for integrations, but it kind of leads me to the weekend what this is, which is the newer add-ins require separate licensing. Because like I said, they're always acquiring different product offerings from different companies instead of basically making it a uniform offering. You can get this, just give us another licensing fee, another fee, you can get this, and this. Which also makes it a little difficult to navigate the purchasing process, because instead of having a software option and you sort of pick what you'd like to add to it, it's like you sort of have to pick all of the things that you'd like and sort of build your own system, which can be a benefit, but also it can be a little bit overwhelming, especially with a company with so many overlapping offerings like them. And it may not be particularly pertinent, but I found it interesting that out of the 4 that I contacted, they the only company to not get back to me for a sales call. And I thought, usually people want to sell things pretty badly. So I thought that was interesting. And it just made it very difficult to gather information, not having anybody to talk to. The next offering we looked at was Micro Focus, which was formerly Hewlett Packard Enterprise's software offering, just called Content Manager. Micro Focus acquired them a few years ago, and now OpenText, the last company I talked about, is now looking at acquiring this company next year. Oh my gosh. They're all a little samey, for lack of a better term. Parkland County, Clearwater County, and the government of British Columbia uses this system. The interesting thing about the government of British Columbia is the provincial government basically in 2003 created a system for all of their municipal governments to use, and use this one. And again, it's sort of like the last one. You have to pick and choose essentially the modules that you like to build a solution that works for you. You need at least 3 products to make a cohesive content management system. So that's 3 separate licenses that we have to look into just to meet the minimum. For some reason, it's fallen out of favor with every industry report regarding this subject. And And like the last company, they offer a lot of products with overlapping capabilities. And I'm just unsure of how their delivery and customer service models will change if they are to be acquired by OpenText in the future. It's just a question. They say it won't change, but who knows? The next one we looked at was Laserfish. Okotoks, Wheatland County, Silver Lake, Flagstaff County, the County of Newell, and other countless large organizations use this. Their business process automations and their workflows have, as I mentioned, completely overhauled Okotoks and Newell's business processes. They just scream the praises from the rooftops about this thing. They love it. And it's just so far beyond the records management capabilities that they're seeing usage out of this. Like this one gal, Roberta, from Newell says they have increased our value added time or the tasks that they do that actually add value to their processes by 27%. And that, to me, is a huge focus. Just using our energy and resources on creating value with our time rather than busy work, essentially. So even though you can essentially do whatever you want with the automation, the sky's the limit. It's so sophisticated, but it's user-friendly as well. And the corporate record specialist currently employed at Okotoks said that user adoption was not instant, but they centralized data over 20 locations and they all use Laserfish. So it's definitely something to consider because for Okotoks is, are they smaller than us? I think they're not sure. But it put them on the map. Whenever you search electronic content management, it's like, oh, I've heard of the system Okotoks. Okay. Which I think is, pretty interesting growing up, in rural Alberta. And that being said, there is a huge Alberta user base, not just in municipal government, but in school boards, business, just all over the map. Lots of different organizations use this offering. And it, unlike the last one, is a consistent leader in industry reports and has been for the last 10 years at least. The public-facing portals are very comprehensive and easy to use, and the deployment options are fantastic. Another thing I liked about this company, they were the only one to mention that their storage of information is all in Canada. They didn't specify if it was in Alberta. They did specify it as well in Canada, and they were the only one to do that, so I thought I liked that. And then in files, Strathmore, the county of Barrhead, and tons of businesses and organizations use this offering as well. It is AI driven, so when documents are put into this repository, they can be searched up like a Google search. Even if you misspell a word, it will pull things that look like the word that you're trying to look for and show it to you in the search results. It's so powerful in that way. It's very interesting. It's repository neutral, which could be a strength. It could be a weakness depending on how you look at it. When everything is put into a secure repository, you have control over the security, the access, the audit logs, things like that. When you're pulling things from network drive, business applications, things like that, everything has their own security, but not all that sort of business. It's not consistent, so it makes things easier, but there's a trade-off, of course. This, as well as Laserfish, have very granular permission control, so you can make documents as accessible as you'd like, and that goes above and beyond just having them accessible. If you'd like to redact things or encrypt images and things like that, but still have the rest of the document visible to people, that is a possibility. This and Laserfish are sold by two very highly regarded local vendors. The other two, not so much. You have to deal with their sales associates. And their consultant and deployment fees are mixed with their implementation costs. So that is short-term cost savings, but yes and no. I mean, they all sort of, that leads me to my next point. They're large software offerings. There isn't a price guide on their website that you can just sort of click and go to. They want to know organization specifics, how many people are using it, how big it's going to be, how sophisticated it's going to be, etc. The only one that gave me any sort of estimate as far as pricing goes was Laserfiche, and it would be about, in the first year with deployment and everything, it would be about $115,000. The other ones, I have more sales calls scheduled, but they really want to get to know you very well before they tell you how much you have to give them before you become friends. But hopefully I get more comparative numbers in the short term here. But I don't know about the text. They sort of gotten back to me. So yeah. I'm so sorry for rambling forever, but does anybody have any questions?
Jody, thank you very much. That was a tremendous presentation.
Oh my goodness.
That was really good. Very wholesome. Thank you.
Thank you very much for not kidding me.
Councilor, are there any questions for Jody? Councilor Funk?
Through Mary Joy, that was a very good presentation. I mean, there was a lot of really good information in there as far as document control, revision control, just through the whole gamut of everything. One question, have all user groups within the city provided their requirements? And is that something we're going to work on?
Yes, sorry. They were in the 2019 assessment. There were comprehensive consultation notes from every functional department, staff members on a very granular level. It was great. However, we don't have all the same staff and even all the same departments that they may have had then. So we would have to go through that process again. And some of these software companies have that sort of wrapped into their deployment.
Assessment.
Yeah, exactly. The Laserfiche, they sort of wrap discovery, assessment, and scanning into their first phase, I'll call it. So they determine what we have, determine what we need to keep, and what we're keeping, they help us scan it, which is really nice. M-Files has a company that they partner with to do that. And as far as open text and Micro Focus goes, I'm not sure. We probably have to source that ourselves. Yeah, it's going to be a process that requires a lot of collaboration with IT and just the whole organization from the top down, because it will just probably cause a bit of an upset and have some people do things, but it will be for the best in the long run.
No, it is critically important, and I did speak with Open Talks in Strathmore. They're very happy with
Yes,
the program.
yeah, absolutely. The gal that was part of the implementation of M-Files at Strathmore loved the product so much she went on to work for the vendor that sells M-Files, and it was actually the same for Okotoks.
Oh, really?
She loves Laserfiche so much she works for them and teaches courses on basically how to use it to its fullest. So that's also kind of a testament, like those people clearly believe in their product, it clearly served its function. So, and they're also so close to us too. So I kind of like that Strathmore and Okotoks and all people have these excellent systems.
Yeah.
And then there are some places like High River, which are very much in the same stages that we are. So I'm putting it alone, but there are some places we can look to for some definite guidance and inspiration, I guess.
Well, Open Talks is a little bit bigger than us, but I expect us to be catching up pretty quick.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, for sure.
We're 29,000.
Not too hard. Not too hard. Absolutely.
Councilor Dean?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair to the presenter. Yeah, that was great. Thank you. I'm so happy to see that actions being taken on this. I remember when we first started, we were told that we were 15 to 20 years behind in our records management. I think now that may have been an underestimation. What is it maybe that you need from council to help support this in terms of getting the ball rolling on this? Because again, I will express that there's no frustration even being able to find something. And so what is it that you may need from us to get the ball rolling on this?
Well, essentially, what you are going to spend, and basically support, in implementing it organization-wise. Because again, I'm the new guy under the stairs. People smile at me, but that's just because they're nice. You know, so I feel like a bit of a jerk just being like, well, can you please clean up your desk appropriately? Like, I feel like a jerk. So just some overall support, just to get the initiative going. You know what I mean? I'm trying to burn a little bit, but yeah. Outside of the budget piece, just sort of organization-wide buy-in.
Sure. Councilor Tesh, all right?
In through the chair record presentation, we looking at the recommendations committee. Did you mention that we do have a policy that's just gone out and not brilliant?
Yes, our retention schedule was last updated 2015.
Okay, so through the chair, so should we then take some sort of like updated
Yes.
proposed policy something symbols?
I've gone through and updated it, according to, Government of Alberta, basically, and it's just a point of bringing it to you guys and seeing what you think. Another thing I would like to do, with that is sort of with the, conferencing with different functional departments, if there's any specific documents that they work with that isn't represented currently, we get that on there and ask them how long it takes. But yeah, there is something ready to go in that regard, so.
Do you know with the, it sounds like the two companies are kind of the favorites, but do you know if any of them and those two do some kind of initial assessment? Do they come in and do an assessment and then kind of tell us what they would like to see the first steps or phases?
Yes, Laserfish does that, and M-Files does as well. I would assume Micro Focus and OpenText would as well. I'm thinking for them, pardon me, actually, for them it would be more of a course of us finding a local company that would do that, like the one that had in the past. Whereas M-Files and Laserfish, it's sort of because they have to sell through vendors, local vendors, the vendors handle that. Whereas OpenText and Micro Focus, you're going to them for their software. So they're assuming you're going to go and, find your consultant.
Know what you want.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. Yeah. So that is the nice thing about the two. I called them mid-range, but really they're all four of them are gigantic companies. That is the nicer thing, because with those two options, you get Laserfish or the M-Files software, and you can get the additions that you'd like that will tailor to your organization, but it's not a process of going through an entire catalog of different software options and going, okay, well, what do I mean, right? So it's a little easier for the consumer that way as well.
Do you have an idea how you would choose or how you would narrow it down from those last two, for example?
I think between those last two, it would be it would come down to costing and customer service and support. I know Barhead, I know they're significantly smaller than us, but they narrowed it down between those two and another one called FileHold. They were very similar in cost, but it came down to them. I believe one had a licensing subscription fee increase. The other one had a set license cost, and I think that's what did it for them. I do have their request for proposal and all of that as well. And it was, yeah, basically just because they're so small, it came down to the little bits of cost for them.
Well, those are usually key indicators for shared cost and support.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe, what do you suggest the next steps are? Should you come back to council with, I guess, choosing which you believe to be best and complete your investigation? And what they would recommend as well?
Yes, absolutely. And I know Jerry did mention that budget is a bit of a sticky wicket at the moment. But if you guys could give me perhaps a ballpark, that I could say, this is what we're willing to spend, what can you do for us? Just in terms of, you know, when I say we're a city or a municipal government, I think some places that aren't from here are like, we must have deep pockets. And it's like, no, not necessarily. So yeah, just a sort of a ballpark of what we're willing to spend, and yeah, then I could narrow it down and see exactly what they would be willing to offer us for that.
Okay. Jerry, do you recommend that today we talk about what we're willing to spend, or really do that in the budget process?
Well, thank you, Mayor and Council, and thanks, Jody, for that great presentation. As you can see, she's very passionate for the presentation that she put forward to you. So there's a couple of recommendations that we would actually like to do. The first one would be is to have IT first and foremost review both. So the two upfronters, IT, to make sure that they integrate with both of our systems. I know that we'd be chatting with Jay shortly about that, just to see which ones will be what he recommends. And the second thing is to find out that cost, to actually come forward with the full cost of what it's going to be to implement, so that way council can make a decision. So we would like to, that 2023 is right around the corner. I mean, we've been in this state for quite some time, so it doesn't move today. I believe that you've seen the evidence. However, what we'd like to do is put in proper presentation in our budgets, so that way council has the exact costs and the public is aware also of what our records are going to process in our budget as well. So that would be my recommendation.
Can we also check with the other municipalities and just ask them what they also spent as well? Well, let's get the quotes.
That would be part of our due diligence, putting out a proper RFP, after IT has taken a look at it, we put an RFP out to where we, the two front runners is what for between what we're looking at in IT is an RFP, and then we'd also go and come to the other municipalities that have it and just to see what they've actually spent. So most municipalities are fairly free on giving us that type of information.
Yeah, I'm sure. That's great. Thank you for the information, Councilor Hanley.
As far as moving forward, if I'm not mistaken, there's already a budget provision within the 2022 budget that deals with record management. And it may be worthwhile to investigate exactly how much money is already contained within the 2022 budget, will allow you to move forward to seek further clarification. And like I said, once you talk with IT, then possibly go for a request for proposal.
Yeah, and thank you through the chair to Councilor Hanley. And we didn't look at exactly what was in the 2022 budget. We were just really trying to narrow down exactly what we could get done. The one thing that Jody didn't mention, there is still a standing motion from this council about any records that to be destroyed. Part of our process with that is first and foremost, once everything is documented or uploaded, even onto some type of drive right now, and there's a lot of damaged documents that need to be looked at quite actually very soon, which our state of water damage, et cetera, that she has noticed. What will happen then is Jody will be diarizing exactly what's in that box, and therefore making into a scan of what's going on with those particular documents. Then from there, that document then have to be notarized of what's actually in there. Then we'd be bringing that to council to ask for those boxes to be destroyed or shredded. So once those processes are done, the last step is to come to council for a resolution to allow us to destroy those boxes. So that also will help us through our records management. And I don't want to call it a trust factor, but that way council and administration also knows what has been destroyed and what's going to be shredded at the time, instead of, 300 boxes going out the door and just get shredded just because.
And that's after they would all be scanned.
Correct. Now, there might be some that, that are so, for example, we have a lot of logs, for example, truck logs, for example, inspection reports for trucks that, are well past the due date that don't even need to be scanned, but those would be noted what was in there, and then, of course, diarized and then brought to council. So, it could be 16, hypothetically 16 boxes of truck reports, et cetera. But with everything being notarized, it just gives everybody that extra comfort level that this is actually what's being destroyed.
Excellent. Judy?
So you always have right here.
No, it's exciting to get our house in order. It's, there's a lot of information down there. And it is hard to find stuff. So it'd be excellent to get on top of that. That's exciting. Council, any final questions? For us to just let you go through the process continuing? Or would you like us to pass some kind of a motion? There's a big one. Stay over there.
So currently, right today, we're just looking, we want to just accept this for information to look at everything. We'll continue going through the process and then just bringing updates back to council. And we'll take the advice of Councillor Hanley to actually look at the 2022 budget to see what is actually in there as well for record management. Work with IT as well.
Excellent, thank you. If I could get a motion to accept presentations information. Councillor Fogt?
I make the motion that we accept this presentation as information, and well done, John.
Any questions or comments? All in favor? Carried? Yeah, thank you, Judy. Moving on to number 4, our next presentation will be done for infrastructure update regarding data centers, fiber lines, phase 2 and 3, presented by Jay Wallace. Morning, Jay. Morning, Council, Mayor. Presentation coming? Okay, great. Should be pretty short. So let's straight to the questions. That's right, I'll just start there.
Well,
Yeah. So,
well, this is old.
yeah.
Oh, that's the next one.
Okay, I am coming back to you guys to just give you an update on a couple of the things that we've talked about in the past. So the purpose of this is to talk about some of the IT about moving our server to a private cloud, and also with the fiber, getting a bit of an update for that, which will allow us to have a private cloud server. So we're going to talk about the fiber internet a little bit, and then the server network. So we've got the go-ahead for phase 1, which is going to be bringing the fiber into City Hall. I've talked with Moby. They should be here this week, if not early next week, to do their initial assessment and get things started. So we're hoping that it should be go live just before Christmas. But if not, first week of January. And then phase 2 and 3, I've got a rough estimate from from them. They've given us 2 options. One, we can do a direct connection, which would require us to actually connect the buildings physically using fiber, which is going to be quite a bit more expensive. and take longer to do because the cables need to be buried. The other option is using microwave connection. So setting up a tower with a dish that points to Fire Hall, which already has a tower there, and then over to Public Works, and then all three of the buildings would actually be physically, not physically connected, but connected in that way, and all the internet can run through one central location, which would be the City Hall. We have also talked with a couple of other groups for phase 2 and 3 possibly. There are other fiber links on the other side of the water. They wouldn't be directly connected to us. So Bell has a spot over there, Shaw has a spot over on the other side by the Fire Hall. So once we get phase 1 finished and completed and up and running, we will look more into actually what's going to happen in phase 2 and phase 3. But those are the rough estimates from Moby. We're not guaranteeing that we're going to be going with Moby. For phase 2 and 3, we will do our due diligence to check out with some of the other ones. And then we're hoping, if all goes well, we should actually have all 3 buildings connected on fiber by spring of next year. So server, we basically have 2 options. We have the Easy Data Center, or we build it in-house and stand it up in here. I've visited 2 locations here, data centers, one called Data Hive. It's right downtown in the Sandman Hotel building. It's on the 3rd floor, very well secured. They have, according to Margie, 21 ISPs run through that building, run through their data center. So there's no shortage of internet connections there. They use a triple failover, so if one fails, they'll move you on to another one if it goes down. They also, I put on there, they have a Red Hat hacker who will test our systems to ensure that they are secure at all times. E-Structures is just over here in the southeast, just across from the soccer center. A much larger facility, and they have one huge client that's taken over half their space, and it will be one single client occupying some 10,000 square feet of space. All the other clients live on the other side. We got a good walk through their facility. It takes 5 different accesses to get into the server room. You have to clear 5 different areas to get in there. So very secure. The government of Canada used to have a space in there. They've moved it somewhere else, but they had a space in there. And it's a tier 3 facility. So right now it's just below military level security. And the third option is we do it on premises, current server room that we have downstairs. There's no additional cost to doing that. It's basically setting it up as we have. We only have our existing security, which is state card on the door. Not overly secure, but it's done as well so far. Cost-wise, both of these data centers, I think previously I said it was going to be about $1,500 for a full rack, which is what we require, is a full cage, is going to be around $2,000 to $2,100 a month. And that's all in. That includes bandwidth, includes cleaning, cooling. The one thing I found at E-Structures, their cooling system is way better than the other one. The other one uses big fans, kind of like if you've been in our server room. The noise and the fans try to keep the server cool. Theirs is all blown up from below, so it's not quite as noisy. It keeps everything nice and cool, and you can have a conversation in the server room. And then downstairs. So cost-wise, these are all in costs. E-Structure charges by the kilowatt hour, so how much wattage you use is how you charge, and they charge at $4.85 per kilowatt. So they assume, based on a full rack and the kind of equipment we're using, we're probably going to be between 3 and 4 kilowatts of usage per month. So that's they're also a 10 megawatt facility, so we're never going to run out of power. So some of the pros and cons of each. So co-locator on-prem co-location gives us basically 100% uptime with multi-layers of failover redundancies, so that we're not ever going to be down or lose anything. They're highly secured facilities and 24-hour on-site support. E-Structures, if we had something go wrong, we could actually call them. They have technicians that would go and service our servers at no charge. It would just be part of the rental agreement. So if a port went down or something like that, they could go and fix it for us. We wouldn't have to send one of our guys over. And their co-location, consistent heating and cooling is designed to keep the servers at the optimum temperature. Benefits of doing it in-house here, no additional costs. Number one thing, we're not spending $24,000 a year. We have immediate access to our server, so if something does go wrong, we can run downstairs and take care of it right away. And then we actually have the brand new UPS system that we put in August. We finally got that up and running. So our uninterrupted power supply is now back in place. So we have that as well. If the internet goes down, we have no failover. So if the internet goes down, doesn't matter if we've got UPS or servers, our internet's down. We only have that one source. Whereas with co-location, it would fail you over to another ISP if that one went down. All the ISPs seem to have partnerships, like Bell and Shaw, Rogers and Shaw, TELUS. So if one of their networks goes down, it'll fail you over to their sister network in that case. So your internet would never be down. And some of the cost comparisons, I refined these a little bit more. I added a bit more from my previous presentation, which kind of gave you the summary total, which I've got on the next slide. But this kind of breaks down some of the other costs that are going to be required to do this. So co-location, you don't have to worry about paying for electricity to keep the servers hot and cold, make sure that they're running. But most of the other stuff is going to be very similar. On-prem, though, we don't have to worry about data center costs, so that's going to save us a fair amount of money over the course of the 5 years that we have on there. So in the end, the on-premise is a little bit cheaper than the co-location, but now it's a balance of what's really worth that 100% uptime, the security, and the fact it's not in a leaky basement. So those are some of the costs that we have to consider. But between the two, they are very similar cost-wise. So the summary is we're looking at 1.3 million, 1.2.5 million. It's for the first 5 years, and then it goes down to $500,000 after that. And the on-prem goes from 1.3 down to 3.7, so it goes down. So overall, we're saving a couple of $1,000 each year on average between the two. So part of the question on that one is if council does have a preference to go which way. I do plan on going to a couple more data centers just to get a comparison to see what they're like. But those two came highly recommended as two of the best ones to go with in the city. I did check with both of them. Data being stored in the data centers here, they're stored locally, and you can store any municipal data within Alberta. anywhere in Alberta. So there's no problem with our city data being stored in Calgary. As long as it's within Alberta. It's okay. So we would be storing everything on site, in one of the data centers. If we did that way. Otherwise, we're doing it right here in Leeds. I think that's, yep, questions?
Can you go back 2 slides, please? So one of the additional benefits, I guess, if we're off premises, is that we would gain additional usable space in our building for where the existing
server room.
computer infrastructure is.
We would probably need to require, still keep a couple of small servers here, the main controllers, which manage our domains to tell, basically the traffic cop, to tell people where to go. But we wouldn't need nearly as much space.
Okay. So if I'm reading this right, if we just look at the co-location total, that's 1.2 million over 5 years.
Yeah.
And is it broken up equally over each year?
No, the first 3 years, well, now the first 2 years, that includes the cost of our new server. So that is part of the initial one. And that's why I went with sort of with the average over 10 years. Really works out to about 14,000 a month as opposed to the 21 in the first one, because that is including cost of the server that we are paying over 3 months or 3 years.
Yep.
We've already paid one. So the next 2 payments come out and then it drops off.
And you expect this technology to last, how long do you expect?
8 to 10 years.
10 years? Okay.
And it's expandable. So if we find that we need more storage or we need more computing power, it's easy to add on to this system. We don't have to sort of piecemeal like we've done downstairs.
So are you suggesting that in 10 years we'd have to replace everything?
Probably.
Okay.
No different than what we're going through right now.
Right.
The technology, yes, it's good technology, but over time it becomes a little bit more obsolete. But it runs, it's like anything else. It will eventually stop working.
And do you get into a cycle of gradually replacing it, or is it exactly on that sort of around that 10th year as the whole system change?
I would recommend we start looking at this in probably 6 years and see what we need to replace. So we're not doing this big bang approach again. You want to say, one of our computing machines is starting to fail. We get basically a new blade put in. We take the old one out. Then we're not having to replace everything at one big shot. This was kind of a complete shift, a paradigm shift in the way we're doing it.
And so we would expect to budget roughly in the neighborhood of about 14,000 a month for infrastructure, for technology, basically going forward.
Yeah.
Okay. Just to make sure, I don't know if it's quite your area, but is it of interest for us to continue to push service and fiber around the city as new homes go in, as developments go in, et cetera?
Yep. And I've spoke to a couple of people about sort of the hub idea where we could have high-speed wireless hubs put on their lampposts, for example.
Yep.
People would be able to actually connect directly to that, just like Shop Open, but it would be Chestermere Open or whatever we're going to call it. Birds has already done that. They have the ONET, which is their own network. So that is a possibility. There is lots of fiber and cable in and around the city. So there is that option to move forward with it. Anybody I've talked to said it's a great idea. So it's just a matter of.
Well, and to focus on when our developers are putting infrastructure in, I assume they might be doing it already, but just for us to make sure, because for example, Clearwater is going to be connecting the fairly far east side of the city, all the way over to Rainbow Road and Chestnut Road. So that's pretty much our whole width of our city with pipelines, and it'd be nice to have a fiber line ran up in with conduit or what have you.
Yeah, and I'm sure they probably are thinking forward now that as part of the utility lines that run through there, fiber is obviously gonna be one of them, and we can get the KMZ files from the developers and stuff, because they'll have it marked out, putting it. Gentleman I've been working with the two data centers, he showed me one from a couple of years ago, showing where all the fiber and the cables are in the city right now, and it's fairly extensive. It's just going across the bridge, it's kind of missing.
Yeah.
There is some there, but it's cable, or shock cable, so it's coax.
No, it's a major infrastructure project, so it'd be nice to take advantage of what we can.
Yeah, absolutely.
To it. Thank you. Councillor, any further questions? Councillor Pope?
Through the mayor to Jay, are there any of these companies that you're talking with, Jay, that would be interested in, say, building a data center?
As a matter of fact, yes. So Data Hive has expressed interest in opening a new location here in Chestermere. So they have a strong interest in expanding. They have, I think, 7,000 square foot location in downtown Calgary. Then they could actually open up and build a much larger facility out here. And I know we have lots of space on the east side there, which would probably service the city very well. Bring in a lot of education jobs, like educated people jobs.
Yeah.
So it would be good. I haven't heard any more back from them, but I will reach out to John and find out where they're at with their thoughts around that. But that's a really big conversation. But Data Hive has expressed interest. E-Structures has just opened their third building, so they don't have any interest in anymore. And same with Q9, they just opened up their third building.
Interesting. Councillor Funk?
Through the chair to Jay. So would it be safe to say that, the cost estimates and stuff, what we're actually getting with the additional costs is really just, reliability of service?
And security. So combining those two together would be the main benefit. They also have the ability, they have much bigger pipeline to the backbone of the internet. Where the fiber comes in on our side is our people being able to get out of the building to utilize that power that is being used.
So it'd be faster as well.
Yeah, so they both allow 1 to 10 gigs of throughput. So we could bump up our rate and get, like, this is based on 1 gig, which is what we're going to be putting in the building here. It's 1 gig up and down. They can go up to 10, and E-Structures can go up to 40, but we're not Amazon. We don't need that kind of throughput. Amazon's also next door, so. That was, that's the other benefit is we can throttle up and down a lot easier using a co-location space than doing it here. The advantage here is we do have access to this server right away. We don't have to drive anywhere to get it. That's kind of some of the trade-offs for that.
And when did we do our last, how old is our system?
2016.
16.
7 home centers.
And it's been patchworked for the last couple of years by adding extra storage onto it, replacing some of the drives. Our Net app, which is our storage unit, has one device that's constantly failing, so it's not being used 100%. It's actually up for replacement in January, but we didn't want to spend the money on replacing it. It's a $35,000 device plus licensing.
And if I understand right, this speed and capacity system is substantially higher.
Yes. Yeah, it's built on their latest Cisco Hyperverge technology, which it's really designed to be a cloud server. That's what it's designed for. It's not designed to be like the servers we work on. So it's designed for cloud-based infrastructure.
Councillor, are there any further questions for Jay? All right, if I could get a motion to accept that for information.
presentation. Councilor Dean?
I make the motion that we accept the infrastructure update, data center fire lines, as a
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. I'm just wondering at this time if we could take a 15-minute recess. I'll just come back here just before 11. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thanks again for your patience. It's just about 11 a.m. We're just coming back to our council meeting. We're just about to go through our Q3 report, which will still be presented by Ann, but Ann is unfortunately under the weather today. We have City Director King doing it. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'll just wait for the presentation to come up. Our residents at home, which is that at the start of this year, we, council removed $12 million off the top from the budget that they were given from the previous year. And from that point, they then, as a reminder, you then cut an additional $3 million and repurposed $5 million for council initiatives like the spray park, the skate park, and other programs. So with that said, oh, and one other item, which is that with all those savings, additionally to date, our budget, we've saved an additional almost 14% in expenses. So the city is doing tremendously well. And I'll start here by showing you that Q3 was another exceptional quarter. Our expenses are down by almost 3%. Our revenue is up by almost 2%. Overall savings to date is a little over $5 million, which is unprecedented for the city of Chestermere. And I would like to state that the administration were very excited by our results. And it's in large part to our 3 E's, the expertise of our staff, always looking for ways to produce efficiently while effectively saving. Our fourth quarter reports will be, you can expect those in February. So to move on, I just want to state that on each page, I am going to pause so that if council has a question or wants to review some numbers, because it's not a lot of numbers, but we go through this stuff pretty quickly often. So to start with, we're going to start with our revenues and expenses from compared by departments, year compared with prior years. So we start at 2020 to 2021 and to 2022. And you'll see that in most areas, we are doing tremendously better, both in revenue as well as expenses. Someone had commented to me once that it is interesting how we're doing year over year, but we're really excited about how we're doing compared to the budget we were provided with. So you'll see that our expenses are lower than our revenue. Our revenue is at 38 million and change, almost 39. And our total expenses to date are at almost 34 million. So leaving us with a net balance of just a little over $5 million. And again, in comparison to each year from 2020 to 2021, we're still doing much better than previous years has done. And I'll just go through this from a graph perspective. Oh, I'm sorry. I will go back. Does anybody have questions about these numbers right here? You'll see them similarly, but broken down versus community growth, corporate services revenue, community of people, which is our HR department, community operations, community safety and revenue, and council revenue. And then the same goes through our expenses. And again, if you have questions over year, I'm happy to showcase anything. If not, I'll move on. Revenues and expenses, just showing it as a graph. Often people like to see the numbers shown graphically. And here we are, revenues and expenses year over year based on category. So for example, our goods and user charges,
We can see that, our revenue is slightly up in areas, and then our expenses. The numbers are very similar. It's just how it's broken out, so you can visually see where the differences are. So, for example, in licenses and permits, from 2021 to 2022, we're almost up by 2% in that area, which is fantastic. Hard work of our planning and development group. Does anybody have questions about any one of these categories? Salaries and wages are pretty well on target for the same. Our goods and user charges, not much difference there. And again, here it is graphically for those that may want to see it visually this way. Sometimes even for our residents, this is a nicer way for them to see the numbers broken out. And here is the exciting part, our 2022 budget versus actual by department. So community growth on revenue is up from what we had expected on our budget. Our corporate services is actually down revenue-wise. Community people, which is HR, a little bit up in comparison. We're investing in our staff. Community operations and revenue is up. Community safety and revenue is down ever so slightly, and our council revenue is not happening yet. And then our expenses in this in comparison from our budget is our community growth expenses are down by 2.3%, almost 2.5%. Corporate services are big down there, which is almost 8%. And community people and expenses, still some savings there from what we were expected. And I do want to remind everybody, we had cut tremendously on our budget to get there, and we're still saving here. So community expenses, this is community people, so our HR is down a little bit there on our expenses. Community operations, down just a little bit on our expenses, which is great. Safety, down again, which is all our our community, RCMP and those types of things. Strategic Advisory Council down by $11,000, but we didn't have really anything budgeted for that. And then our council expenses are down as well. Any comments or questions here?
Just a quick point of order. Just a quick point of order. I believe this was tabled at the last meeting, so we need to lift it. On the table.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So
Q3 report was taken from the last council meeting.
I believe it was because we had the wrong presentation.
Thank you for that.
I'd like to make a motion that we lift this from the table.
All in favor? Carried? Thank you. Please proceed.
That's the question.
Yes, Councilor Pope.
I noticed here we have 2020, 2022 year to date, and then the weighted, and then 2021 year to date. Then, is there any reason why you did put, say, another year, say 2019 or 2020 on the budget? Is it stated there somewhere that I'm not seeing?
Are you talking about the budget or our year to date? It's like changing from year to year?
Yeah, we're changing from year to year.
Changing from year to year. I believe it is, okay, so here we are, 2020, 2021, and 2022.
Okay.
So previous 2 years is a good marker, and then the third year rather than going to the fourth. But moving forward, we are most happy to put in 2019 if you'd like to see that.
I guess the reason I like to see that is like, I think the residents would like to see, okay, this is where we were, and that's,
Sure, okay, well, I'll definitely make note of that for, and presentations. Maynard?
So having more of a, sorry, Councilor Dean?
Yes, thank you, for the prayer to you. So I would support Council program and I can tell you guys, going to guys for other organizations, things like that. The COVID year, right? So they're pre-COVID and they're post-COVID. I just wonder if that also might be the municipality because some spending that would be different during COVID. So I would support what the program came out earlier than that. But the idea of going pre-COVID and even post-COVID, I mean, service what you want.
I'll definitely mention that to Anne.
I think that'd be great. Thank you.
So, and then here we are, budget versus actual by category, and this is rather than by department, so it shows overall where our revenue is coming in and where our expenses are going out. And of course, you can see that this is where we have that 15% savings on our budget from what we had anticipated. Does anybody have questions about any one of the categories?
Councilor Henry?
I was gonna note that up on the top side of the revenue, because budgets are equally distributed, I believe the corporate services revenue lines, they probably understated in that supplemental tax bills we just recently went out, where the budget would have an equally across all the board. And what is impressive is the community growth revenue, because, you know, that's 700,000 higher than what it was, which is all of the development that's going on. So beyond what was anticipated, probably not overstated from a budgeting point of view because of flat distributions.
Would you expect the supplementary revenue to also increase the community growth revenue?
I would not think so, in that those are homes that were built and occupied this year.
Yeah.
Right? So
They were on last year.
the supplemental tax bill is only for if they moved in July. It's for July through December.
Okay.
It's only for a portion of the year. True. And for growth, they would have looked at that growth value for earlier as well.
Yeah. Excellent.
So back to the categories. Councilor Hanley, I'm sorry, through the mayor to Councilor Hanley, do you have questions regarding the budget versus actual and the categories?
Well, I guess, you know, what we see really is on the expense side is salary, and benefits down 4%. Contracted and general services down 2.4%. Purchase from other government, down 5%. Those are some pretty significant numbers in each of those categories.
Right, and so one of the things, that's where we can say, we talk about our 3 B's, particularly around the salaries, wages, and benefits, which is that our expenses are down, which indicates that our staff is doing tremendously well in the teams that they have built. We're confident with our teams that we've built. We have a little bit more growth in our planning and development department, but otherwise I feel like we are doing well, so there's not an expectation. The one thing that we do have to mention about salaries and wages and benefits is severance is bundled into those, so that accounts for some of that, those numbers. And then purchases from other governments, those are monies that we spend out to, that are contracted, whether it be to the RCMP or Rocky View County or whatever. So those are spends that are contracts that we are obligated to. So we have had some savings there in comparison to what we expected on our budget, but
Sorry.
Certainly, we might not be able to answer this question, we need to wait for Ann. One thing I don't see is our outstanding liabilities and outstanding revenues, billings. and what that impact is gonna be. I think we've kind of talked about this a little bit in the past.
We have, I think we're changing our processes, potentially, especially around our, liabilities. We're now doing it on a little bit more of a equal basis per quarter, whereas they used to divide them all out at the by the fourth quarter. And we'll speak to that in our fourth quarter, I think, to a greater degree. But by next year, we'll have that process a little bit more explainable per quarter.
I was just gonna comment, I guess maybe provide some clarity where when you're talking about salaries, wages and benefits, the budget number.
Mhm.
The budget number for this year would have been on the staffing. Basically saying, these are all the positions that we need to have. And we would have budgeted for that specific amount for those individuals. And we're coming up better than that, indicating that some positions were not filled or some were vacancies. In the comparison to prior years, there are issues regarding severances that will fall into that category. And occurring in both years. A few of the numbers.
So as an example, under the 3 CAO models, we had a number of directors that were in each department, and those aren't being now filled. So they'll always show we've got a savings from that. And there are other departments that maybe they have more staff, and at this point, we have not seen a need for that in some departments. And so those roles won't be fulfilled.
Great. Any further questions, council? If I can get a motion to accept that as information, let's vote.
I make a motion that we accept the presentation of this information.
Same time? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, moving on to our next item for staff reports for decision will be cybersecurity update, dark trace evaluation and recommendations. Presented by Jay. Good morning, Scott.
Good morning, Mayor and Council.
Okay.
Okay, so, I don't know if you're aware, but we have been evaluating, a company called Darktrace for cybersecurity. So, currently we don't really have cybersecurity here, in place. We have, some network security through Cisco. For email especially, we don't really have any protections on emails coming in and going out of the system. So we were approached by Darktrace to evaluate 30-day free trial as a proof of value. So what they want to do is prove to us that this is a valuable tool. And so we've been reviewing it for the last 30 days. We're sort of coming up to that right now. We'll be a couple of days from now. And so what I wanted to present to you was some findings from this evaluation. Talk a little bit about what we're looking for and sort of what came out of this evaluation and our recommendations going forward. So on some stats here on data breaches. According to source, 94% of all data breaches come through an email. Somebody sends something to somebody who's unwittingly clicks on the link, thinking it is a legitimate email. It looks legitimate, it's come from somebody you know, it's come from a source you know, and you go, oh, of course, I'm just going to click on that because it's asking me to. Unfortunately, that's what they're hoping they will see. You will see this legitimate email, which it's not, and it will send you off to somewhere like Russia. As Darktrace found somebody, click on a link, and it took them to a domain in Russia. We'll get into that. So this whole idea is called phishing. So I'm sure everybody here is familiar with the term phishing. And not the kind where you catch fish and have it eat. But you get hooked by these nefarious groups who are looking to steal your data, steal your money, steal identities. So they say on average for small organizations, so under 500 people, it's a loss. One data breach is a loss of about $2.6 million in one data breach. To help those to actually identify a data breach can take companies up to almost a year to notice that they've been breached. They don't have anything in there to tell them that something's gone wrong. It's something's been happening. A lot of these people, these organizations, let's call them, they're playing the long game. They want to make sure that you're not aware of what's actually happening, and they're starting to siphon off information. Well, Darktrace can find these identities within seconds. They notice almost instantly when something like that is happening. And to contain a data breach, because the nature of the data breach is to spread out your entire network. It's not designed to steal it from one person's computer or one area of the company. It's designed to take the whole company down. And so it can take days and days to get that breach under control. Again, Darktrace can do it in a matter of seconds. Those are some of the features of Darktrace when it comes to actual data breaches of happening. So the impacts. So phishing, 60% of organizations lose their data. 52 lose accounts or have their accounts compromised. So the emails, in the first 2 days of Darktrace running, we found that 2 people in Chestermere had their emails compromised and were being used to send emails from Nigeria and from Barbados. Darktrace found out right away. We would have never known that without it. 47%, and sadly I've fallen to this one, myself personally, ransomware. It was because I didn't do a security update on one of my devices at home. It got locked out with ransomware. It happens. It's horrible. And that's becoming more and more what these people are doing. They're not hacking for data. They're just looking for money. Hopefully they had all their Bitcoin invested in the RTX. Is it RTX? FTX. Yeah, the FTX. It's all gone. And malware. So we want to put stuff on there to make your malicious stuff. And then most of them experience a financial loss. So if money's taken out of it, ransomware is a financial loss as well. So those are just some of the impacts that phishing can have. It can also cause companies to have to spend more money to increase their security. But it's calling an outside company to come in and clean things up for them because they don't have the skill or technology to do it. So Darktrace, as I mentioned. So who are they? Some of you may have heard of Darktrace before. Anybody who follows F1 might also know they're a major sponsor for the McLaren F1 cars. It's a UK-based company, and they have offices worldwide, and they also have over 6,800 clients around the world. So link to Darktrace if you guys want that. Currently, they have just over 20 Canadian municipalities that use Darktrace. And it's a self-learning AI system. So it's not just a tool that sits there and then sends us a notification that we need to go and do something. It does it for us. And it learns all of our patterns. And we'll show you in a minute here. So some of the companies that, some of the municipalities currently using it are Maple Ridge in BC, Leduc, and Tabor. And I reached out to Al and Tabor, but I haven't heard back from them about their experience with Darktrace so far. And so I'm hoping to hear back from them on that very soon. But there are smaller municipalities than Chestermere that already have this security put in place. So what are some of the benefits of going with a company like Darktrace? It runs 24 hours a day monitoring all of our systems. We don't need a human sitting there watching this happening. We don't need to hire a cybersecurity specialist to come in and monitor our systems. It does it for us. It will let us know, and then we can go in and take appropriate actions. But what it'll end up doing is quarantining, blocking, whatever, nefarious emails or ports, something that may be compromised. It will automatically shut those things down until we can go in and take a look at it. It covers our entire digital network. So one of the things it does is it will determine every single endpoint we have. And an endpoint is any device that's connected to our network. Currently, the last time I talked to them, it's discovered 1,100 and some odd endpoints. Now, unfortunately, we discovered through a little bit of trial and error, not all devices are counted just once. My laptop, for instance, it's counted once when it's connected to the LAN, and it's counted once when it's connected to the Wi-Fi. So it finds that as two separate endpoints for one device. So what Darktrace has said, well, we'll cut everything in half. Even though there may be 700 endpoints, they've just cut that in half as far as their building goes. And I'll talk to that in a bit. It does check every device, phones to connect to the network, tablets, everything. So everything on the network is now being monitored through this device. And it will find any sort of irregularities based on its learning patterns of how we use our devices, who we send email to, who we get email from, how often, when do we connect to the network, and where we connect to the network from wherever. So it knows exactly what we're doing, where we are. And its AI technology allows it to immune the network from anything that's potentially harming the system. Example, during our last POV, we were just going through some of the things, and then there was an email that was sent to Shannon Benner to change somebody's banking information. Well, it wasn't from Melinda. So it was Melinda, although the email address that was attached to Melinda's name was not hers. And so Darktrace, start right off the bat. So, well, that's obviously wrong, and it blocked it. It was 100% blocked. So things like that would never even make it into an inbox for somebody to accidentally get caught up on it. So that it would block those things from happening. Now it didn't go through because right now Darktrace is only monitoring and telling us what it's finding. So it's not actually doing any blocking yet. So Antigena is the email service, and this is what's responsible for monitoring what goes in and out of our inboxes. And it will learn your patterns of how you write your emails. So everybody has sort of a unique way of writing. We all have signatures, we all have sorts of things that we put in our emails that it will start learning. So if an email is coming from the mayor and it said, good luck, whatever, he's never signed an email before like that. It would get flagged as this might not actually be from him. Because it will learn the patterns in which you write and learn the patterns of who you send emails to and who you get emails from. So it's self-learning. It links to both our Microsoft Office and to Exchange Server. And it really keeps malicious emails, the phishing emails, from even making it into our network at all. And so that's the Antigena email. The cyber analyst, this is the network person who sits and monitors everything that goes on in our overall network. And it, again, uses AI to determine when computers connect to other computers in the network. So it's not just emails, but if somebody is at home and they log on to a VPN attached to the network, it will know exactly where that computer is, and it will monitor to see, is that a legitimate computer logging into our network or trying to access it. And it will block any computers that are not legitimately allowed on our network. So it will keep people from coming in that way. And that's the analyst. And then Cloud Monitor, this monitors all of our third-party cloud services that we use. So, again, self-learning, if like GIS or Avanti is going on the cloud. So now it's going to start monitoring Avanti, not in there, but the connections now between us and a cloud service to protect us from something coming in from a third party as well. So somebody trying to go through another company to get into ours. These guys are very smart. So they're always a step ahead, it seems. All right, so if you bear with me, I would like to run this video. This gives an idea of what ransomware is. It's a 4-minute video. Should be just click on the button there and should play. And it just gives you an idea of what ransomware can do and how it can be protected. Get that to run. Yeah, it should actually be on there. Like that screen should be the video itself. Yeah, click that. Yeah. I'm hoping the sound comes through.
History of them is possibly that's fast. There are both two devices called and she's me. So the ransomware, three networks, the piece of service. Both of the devices now are usable, sensitive data into the internet. The organization operates mass disruption to some operations, and the combines both as a data acquisition coverage. Now let's rewind to the same scenario. It's like the organization has focused on people. It's actively analyzing all the digital systems and is ready to action targeted response to citizens for objectives. Actually, was focused attack 8 times over, everywhere else progressed that far. Let's take a look. First up, anti-cheating will recognize ransomware container phishing email that was sent to the same. Even though standard email tools will take this email will never reach out in the positive. But let's say it does. Next, actually, it's the computer that doing some attempts to communicate with non-human information. It's such appears to me by blocking malicious connections, the ransomware is never generated. When it is otherwise, it must be ahead. Let's suppose the ransomware is covered. As it attempts to arrest the spread throughout the organization, anti-cheating recognizes that these connections are unusual managed to intervene to stop that happening. After the far side gets infected, its hacker attempts to overload the system to show control. Antigen steps into prevent this, rendering backdoor useless. However, let's imagine that ransomware is spreading across the organization to a server, which starts sending data to draw points. This is also detected in real time by the AI, which recognizes the activity occurring within this code-based application as unusual. Antigen decides to block the upload. The attacker attempts to access the data controller. Antigen is self-contained only necessary actions without disrupting user activity. At the point of expectation, Antigen understands that the non-prolific data is transferred for a rare designation based on the behavior of hiding space. Antigen is self-contained to block the file, for instance. And when the ransomware detonates, if the attack being allowed to continue writing to its point, even now, as soon as encryption occurs, Antigen corrects this, so that any further lack of movement. The initial treatment for every positive behavior, but Antigen is so good for us from ransomware, while leaving the rest of the organization disturbed.
So you can see from the video, it's not just about blocking email. It is there to monitor everything going in and out of the network. No, I don't care about all. Any questions before I go forward about ransomware attacks? This is ransomware, but malware would be the same sort of thing. It comes from a phishing email attack, which is the most common. All right, so here's some of the findings that we found. Up until this was Thursday morning that I wrote this, I have some updated numbers. So this is these are screenshots from the actual Darktrace dashboard. On the left is its AI learning. So you can see there 519, almost 520,000 unique patterns. These patterns are what the AI is learning about each and every one of us, how we connect to our computers, how we use them, all that sort of stuff. Since Thursday, it's now 565,334. So it's learned, even over a long weekend, a lot more patterns of what's going on. So it's constantly building this backlog in its AI of how we do. The subnets has gone up to 74. The IPs stayed the same, so we're not finding any more extra IPs, which is good. Our user connections has actually gone down to 345, and then 289 for our SaaS accounts. So 6 new accounts have been established. Connections to third-party accounts has been established in the last 5 days. And I know one of them because Cadence is trying out a new software, and he got flagged in the SaaS cloud as questionable connection to SaaS. So I found out that it was the software that he downloaded was from this company that we'd never been to before. So it flagged it. And it's a company called Dash. So I did check that out, that's fine. So the bigger image on the right-hand side is all the computers that are connected to one of our servers, one of our VMs. This is the GIS VM. And you can see on the left, those are all the computers that have connected to this. And on the right-hand side are all the connections that computer is making up there. So we get these huge screenshots of what is going in, what's connecting to, and what's connecting out. Right? So it gives us this very, and you can click on any one of those images there and show you exactly what's going on in that, who's on that computer, its IP address, all that sort of stuff. And same on the other side, those little flat bars, click on any of those, will tell you what that destination is. So, email threats. So, in the past week, so this was, again, I wrote this on last Thursday, we had detected 354 high-risk emails. So you can see on the right-hand side there, it says 84, 100, 100. Those are the scores that Antigena gave these emails as being high risk. I just looked it up. So in the last 30 days, it's been 747 flagged as high risk. And all of these are generally related to phishing. Now, at the very top there, there's a little bar that says 80 to 100. You can move that out or you can make it tighter, and it will then filter that list to say, I only want to see the 100%ers. But anything over 80% is a good chance there's something wrong with that email. So you'd want that blocked. So you can set that sort of standard to say, anything over 80% block it. We don't care. And then we can go in and look at it afterwards and go, oh, that actually was a legitimate email. And then we can let it go through afterwards. So digging into each one of these, and you'll see I blocked out people's names to protect the innocent. Because most of these people have no idea that their emails have been compromised or they're getting emails that they shouldn't. So when you click on the threat level, this one, 84%, it's actually on here, it's that top one there at 84. Here it is again. It tells you what its findings are. Now, this one's pretty mild, but if you look at some of the 100%ers, generally they say this email goes to a place that is sending you somewhere that you shouldn't go. And so it will never make it into your inbox. But we can now actually go through and triage it a bit more to find out what was the cause for these numbers. So the analyzer, we can dig in deeper and deeper on suspicious email. This is the connections. So this was a live shot from our map of North America, and where we are, which is the big green dot there, Calgary. Over on the right side, you see the green dot, and then down below the orange one is where GIS. I'm guessing this is probably where the servers are for GIS. I'm drawing a blank on the name of the company. But these are SaaS angles. So this is all connections. So when I looked at this at 10 o'clock, there were 284 active users with 3 potential data breaches. Again, I looked at it just before we came in. I forgot to look at the active users, but there were also 3 potential data breaches. I looked at each of those to see what they were for. One of them was Cadence. One of them was Councillor Joe Hall. Is she in Richmond by any chance? No, I think she's here. Okay. So she had a connection to somewhere in Richmond, but it didn't get into any more details. So it was just saying this was unusual to it. And Cadence gave me a lot more because it dug into where it was. And so there's SaaS connections across Canada and the United States, and clicking on those little links then brings in the ones on the right hand side, and then you can dig deeper into all of those if you need to, like that, to figure out what's that one down in Texas. But I'm pretty sure that is where AutoCAD, the servers are not for AutoCAD. So some of the partnership, what it includes, they supply all the training. Right now, we've been getting a little bit of training through our proof of value. Their technicians come on and kind of walk us around and show us a few things. But once the system's actually up and running and blocking and actually doing its job fully, we need to understand how do we go through that and take measures to set up proper rules to help block things. We can pick exact domains. I can click on the domain and go block this domain, which counselors were getting emails from some guy wanted to sell something down in the States. I noticed that 4 or 5 of you got the same email. Well, we can go and pick that domain out and just say, well, this person, doesn't matter if it's nefarious or not, we don't want that email coming through. So we can actually go in and be proactive on preventing some of the emails from coming through. The help desk software support, they do quarterly updates with us to see how things are going. They support the hardware. They actually supply the appliance. It's not one of our machines or anything. They actually supply the appliance. The appliance currently is sitting on our servers right now, but it's only connected as a pass-through, so it can just monitor all the information. Once it's fully engaged, it will then monitor and then start responding to it. 24-hour support, help desk as well if something happens. And we get a customer portal, which we're kind of using. And then, like I said, they do the 30 days, or sorry, every quarter, they'll do a performance, find out how things are going, if there's anything we need from them. Some of the other testimonials, a lot of big companies use them. It's mainly because of their AI. It really prevents, it learns what people are doing and helps prevent things from getting in. So those are just some of the ones there, and that's last year's race car. That's this year. That must be line of noticing. Yes, I follow you up on it. So. Now, what you guys have probably been waiting for is the cost. It is not a cheap appliance, but I have been working with them to get the cost down as much as we can. So, we've given us some discounts. They have applied only 550 licenses for endpoints, even though they're finding almost 1,200. They're going to cap us out at about 550 because technically we only have around 500 devices in the company. We already know that from our other applications. So it's the multi-connection. I connect my computer here, the Wi-Fi, and if I connect it at home on my VPN, it comes in as a third connection, which it's not. It's still the same device. So they've given us quite a substantial discount on the networking part. That's the part that runs all the endpoints. It's what checks all of our computers and prevents that ransomware from spreading. The SaaS part and then the email, the Antigena, those two pieces together are what make up the email detection part. And then the recurring fees, the response fees go along with it. So in total, the regular price would be about $177,000 per year. They've knocked it down to $85,000. So that is the savings over the term of $370,000 over the course of 4, and it's a 4-year term as well. Any questions in that? So this is part of the reason why I'm bringing this to you guys.
Thanks very much for that. But I can't imagine what the city could potentially have to pay for if they ever got locked up from the ransomware.
Yeah, just from mine, it was they asked 0.05 Bitcoin. So the ransomware is coming out in cryptocurrency. They're not asking for real cash. They want it coming out in generally Bitcoin. At a city like this, I know that others need that hit a few years back. So it can be very expensive, especially when it's a municipality. What are you going to do? Negotiate with them? No, you've got to get systems back up and running, get files unlocked, so you can carry on day-to-day business. So they're going to ask a lot more. The one that hit me, they had asked QNow, which we actually have a bunch of them downstairs, to pay, I think it was 50 Bitcoin or something like that. Worked out to $5 million or something like that. And they would have unlocked everybody's QNAPs, but QNAP said no. So, needless to say, they're losing a lot of profit, because people are trashing their QNAPs and sending them on, going to another company that doesn't get attacked. So, it's a big business for these. This is what they do for a living. This is not some kids in the basement going, in city Chesterfield. You know, these are organizations, generally in Russia, China, Philippines, another big place for it. The US, they're all over the world. And this is what they do. This is how they make their money. So the three options that I present to you is you go with Darktrace as presented, the full package. We can go with just the email part of it, which only protects our emails going in and out, so phishing from happening. It won't protect data files leaving the network somehow if somebody gets into the network. It's about $35,000 a year just for the email portion of it. Then we do nothing and hope that, as I say, put your head in the sand and hope it never happens to you like I did. All we need to do is update the software. Would have been fine. I just it'll never happen. But it did. So, I guess we're heading to like to open questions.
Have you done any research or touch base with any think tanks that go, what is the likelihood of a municipality being suffering a sort of attack from ransomware within the next 10 years? What's the likelihood of that? So then we can then go back and do a cost benefit analysis. And we have to protect the information that we're obliged by God to have.
Yes.
Right? And just the consequences alone. If you get ransomware and you got where you basically lose all your data, and you got a records management system, which we just talked about earlier today. But all of a sudden you don't have your record management because that's all been locked out.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what are the legal obligations? What are all those components? So I'd like to understand the risk and liability side to the city.
Mm-hmm. I don't have any of that information, but I can find out sort of what are the likelihoods of an attack happening. As we have seen, people have already within the organization in the last 30 days clicked on links they shouldn't have. Thankfully, nothing happened, but that's not to say it could. Ransomware is probably the worst of the group because they lock your files and there's nothing you can do about it until you pay them. So one anecdote was a company that had ransomware. They ended up just redoing all their files again. Took them months to redo it, but instead of paying the ransomware, they decided they were going to rebuild their files. Which seems crazy.
Especially if you deleted it.
Councilor Henry? Another thought on this is if we as a municipality have insurance for errors and omissions, things like that. Is that part of what's covered under that insurance premium? And if we were to implement that, would that result in a reduction to that insurance premium? Right, because as municipalities do things of that nature, right, you've reduced the risk of them having to pay out. Yes. And maybe that's pretty.
Yeah, that's a great point. I didn't think about that part of it, but yeah. So, I mean, if we have this in place, your insurance premiums, if you have a security system on your house, your premiums go down by $20 or $50 or something like that. So I can see that being a possible thing. So we'll have to look into a current policy. Does something like this help reduce the premiums on like loss of data under that?
Councilor Foot?
Mayor, to give it or to speak to Mr. Hanley, his comment about operations, something like that. An organization that I'm involved with, we had errors and omissions of insurance, but that doesn't municipality against, cyber attacks, so much funding. We were cyber attacked, our information was tied up. And we hired a hacker and, he got us free. But they came back inside and, took $100,000. And it was just over, like we didn't have to trace on. We do now, and I recommend sitting into that direction because it's just money anywhere.
I didn't want to speak for you about short stuff.
Councilor, any further comments? So Jay, are you looking for a motion from council?
Yes, I would like to know from council if this is something we should pursue before their rate changes go in place.
And the three choices you had were, one was the full implementation, the second was the emails.
And third was status quo, just status quo.
I think it's important as well for us to protect our data, as Councillor Crowe said, it's just gonna get worse, not better. Councillor, are there any other opinions or thoughts on the matter? Councillor Hadley?
Is, what's the, could we, table this for a week or two and get some more information on the risk assessment? Because at this point in time, I'm in agreement with Mayor and Deputy Mayor Foote. You want to protect your data, you want to do that, but you don't want to do it necessarily too foolishly. Like maybe, do we go with the phone dark course, or do we just go with the email piece for now? And can this, on this 4-year contract, can we, do we do 1 year, can we do 1 year, or is this a whole 4 years?
The pricing that we've got, because it's over 4 years, they've given us a deeper discount, and it also guarantees the prices are gonna go up in the next 4 years. So that is the flat rate. That's the price we pay year in, year out. You don't have to worry about fluctuating. I did ask about doing a 1 year, but they said, well, then the prices go up.
Yeah.
One of these little bugs.
Well, and I strongly agree, like the risk is only going to escalate.
Yes.
As you move forward.
Well, particularly since we're talking about going obviously more electronic records management. And from what part of that discussion was, is that once it's electronically scanned, then how long do you keep the data? The hard data. And your hard data is gone, there is no reboot. Once it's gone, if they could get into that level of system, I guess.
Yeah, and then that is definitely one of the risks you run by not having something in place to protect.
Obviously, you try to have backups, but the intent in this isn't lost on me. That they're obviously here for a reason, and they're unfortunately successful.
Yes.
That's the bug.
Through Mayor to Jay. So this is kind of like insurance. So do they provide any guarantees? Or do they cover any, if I do get a data breach or a ransomware through, do they cover,
I believe we did touch on that, but I don't have any hard numbers for that, but I can definitely, ask them to provide that part of it. I'm pretty sure there is some sort of liability, for them if something did somehow get passed. Whether or not we've configured the system properly, that might be part of the problem, but that's part of the training as well, is they're gonna work with us to make sure that our system is set up 100% to protect the city. But I can definitely find out about the insurance side of things, a liability for some reason, that's. I didn't touch on it, but I don't have that number, so.
yeah, a lot of money. It's not as, so,
No, it's not, it's not
being locked in.
cheaper than ever, yeah. No. But the opposite is, you can go a lot worse.
And are you comfortable with regards to competitors and analysis?
Yeah, I talked to them about that, I said, what are some of your, nobody else has the same AI that they have. We don't have that built-in intelligence that is monitoring everything we do. to learn and understand each of us as users on the system. They're the only one that has that, part of it. There are other ones out there. I'm sure everybody here has got antivirus and stuff on their personal computers. This is that on super steroids. Yeah.
Well, it isn't, as much as, what's always shocking is that it's not your behavior personally. Like personally, I don't go to any of those emails, I don't know. But, you're relying on 140 people, staff that don't accidentally get into something.
And the emails are looking more and more legit. If you got, I'll indulge you with another one. So a couple of weeks ago, I got an email from Best Buy, Geek Squad, and it looked very legitimate. Geek Squad at Best Buy or something like that.
Yeah.
And they're saying that my computer renewal is coming out, my insurance. I bought a Surface years ago, and had the extended warranty plan on it. And they said, oh, if you want your extended warranty canceled, it's now been 3 years or something like that. So they knew stuff about me a little bit and said, call this number or click on a link. So I called the number and I got some guy, and you can tell he's at some help desk somewhere, Cube Farm. And he starts asking me questions like, oh, are you at your computer? Yeah, I'm at my computer. I'm reading my email, aren't I? And so then he asked me to open up a browser and go to this URL to cancel my insurance. And because I would say tech savvy, I'm like, yeah, thank you very much, no click. And then I went to the Best Buy Geek Squad website and sent them an email saying, hey, by the way, somebody's trying to do this. I didn't hear back from them. It's not surprising. But if it was somebody else who isn't that tech savvy, to spot that kind of thing, they probably would have put in that URL and hit enter, and it's done. That payload would have been downloaded onto their computer, and things would have been done. So it looked like a very legitimate email.
Yes,
That's what they do. That's really create fake websites too. Cool. They'll create a website that looks exactly like a homepage for Best Buy or whatever. And then back end, as soon as you click through to anything, you get caught. So,
I guess the other thing is, it's on here for staff reports for decision. But really this is also a financial matter. It's not part of our current budget, right? And
I put it into my capital. Right. Sorry, it isn't I put it into the OpEx expense.
okay, so if it's part of your budget already, then in the next 2 weeks or whatever, when that comes back to council and council approves the budget, at that point in time, you have your decision.
He gets an extra month and a half of coverage. That's what he's looking for.
Well, that's, I guess we should take a little poll here as to, are we looking to add this to the current existing system today? Or wait, as Councilor Hanley has indicated, for budgets from, but in that though, you're still proposing that would be for 2023?
Yeah, where my confusion is within the existing IT budget, if you already have sufficient betterment or whatever to cover off like main part of 2022.
The actual, from what I understand from Ann, is it won't actually physically start in the accounting until January. Even if we started tomorrow, it would still be accounted for in the 2023 budget and not part of 2022's budget.
So, then to me, what you're seeking is sort of advance approval of what we would get within the budget package, and we would be granting approval when we go through the budget package.
Yes, and it's more to guarantee giving this price that we're being afforded right now. So will they change? Well, if I say, hey, I need 2 more weeks, I'm sure they're going to say yes. But that's, I can definitely ask for a further extension on that. Their deadline was November 22nd. At this current pricing, but I'm sure I can.
And if you accept it, when does the protection begin?
It takes a little while for it to get, set up in the training and stuff, so it'll probably be in place for January 1st. I think the goal would be by the start of the new year, everything would be in place, but we can talk to them about that as well. It will continue to monitor because it's still, the appliance is attached to our network.
Okay, all right, so since we're looking at, you said it's protected until the 22nd. Can you also talk to them about the 2-week extension? However, next week, we do have a council meeting on the 22nd. And I'm just wondering if we could get a few of these answered. Council's looking for between now and then, and maybe bring it back and email those answers to council ahead of time. So that we can hopefully, these answers come out positively. And then we'll move forward, at that time, if council is agreed with that.
I guess from legislative services, because it's a budget meeting on the 22nd, that's a valid decision to make it. We have those answers.
We have to call a special? I think we could do that. It's important if it's, just to make sure we get the answers from councilors.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So it is a budget meeting, so basically we're just talking about budgets, even though it's a budget item. You know, I don't know where IT sits on that particular budget. It could be right up then, but you know, really you'd have to call a special meeting to really kind of go ahead with it, because really, that's what it is you're just going through the budget process.
Yeah.
At the same time. So I would recommend a special meeting if this is what you're doing.
Okay. And hopefully we would know some of these answers prior to the meeting anyways. So we can call it, anyways, for our time. For sure. Okay. All right. Any further? Okay. All right, if I would get a motion to accept this information by Jay as information. Councilor Bowe?
Motion, Mr. Mayor, that we accept this presentation from Jay Wallace as information.
Any questions or comments? Councilor Bowe?
This was on the agenda as, for decision. So do we actually need to table it instead of accepting it as information? No? Okay, I just want to make sure.
Okay, so then for the 22nd, I'll send you the information, means like
Get all together
prior to the 22nd.
Yeah, so we can call our special in time. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, all in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Okay, with that being noon, Daniel, just to ask you quickly, your presentation. How long did it take you? Let's do it.
That's just moving.
Thank you, Daniel.
Hands on. Council, back here.
For this slide come up.
Okay. I'm here to present the new waste management bylaw. The bylaw is number 02422. The reason why I'm bringing this forward is because of the dissolution of the utility company on SCUI, when the council did pass a motion to direct the administration to dissolve the company and take full control over it. The expiration of our current bylaw, which hasn't been updated since June 15th of 2000, or no, yeah, June of 2015. The bylaw currently expires 2020, December 31st, and the bylaw to be repealed and a new bylaw to be invoked by December 31st as well. Now, what's the waste management new bylaw
if invoked, as all city agreements need to be reset by 2022, so does the bylaw, which is extremely COI driven. It has a bunch of COI terminology and updated terminology as well, due to curbside collection. A city-focused approach has been applied to the new bylaw. It explains a lot about our automated collective collection system that we have in place, which is a 3-part system. We no longer do bag collection, excess bag, so that's why that needs to be updated as well. Our new updates and additions to that, again, we removed curbside garbage bag, excess bag, and all collection can pickups. We also kept a high focus on the card collection system, which I explained it's the waste, compostable materials, and recyclables. And in conversation, we are looking at a new master rate bylaw to come. Our recommendation is that the council give all readings to the bylaw 02422, being proposed as a new waste management bylaw as presented. That also council will send bylaw 00815, which is the old bylaw that will be expired this year. That is it for the bylaw.
Okay, just for clarification, so bylaw 008-15 is being rescinded, and primarily because that focuses mostly on CUI?
Yes, and also the terminology on the old bylaw. It's been CUI driven. A lot of terminology includes CUI terminology, where in this new bylaw it'll be focusing on the city terminology. So the city of Chestermere, current structure as even the CAO, city director, or the environmental service manager.
Okay, and then for 024-22, we're looking at that bylaw being, we would need to do 3 readings for the bylaw?
Correct, yes.
And so are we looking to have the first reading done today?
I was looking at maybe all readings to be done tonight, but 3 readings. But we can do 2.
Thank you, Mayor Council. So, just to kind of give you a little bit more, so between the services, Mr. Turner, myself, Barry, and others, have gone through this bylaw extensively, almost a month, prosecutors working on this bylaw. So what we're really looking for is have 024-22 getting first, second consideration, third, and third. As presented, and also your same bylaws, you would think that's your theme. Now, in the bylaw itself, which states the date December 31st, and because we're going to the holidays, that's actually when it's going to take effect. So you can do it for second, so it's third, today, and you said they're having the deadline date on December 31st of this year.
Okay. Councilor, are there any questions?
I think, just for clarity's sake, for the residents,
Yes.
the Schedule A, which is the penalties and things like that, there's no real change in any of the penalty rates.
Mayor, Councilor Henry, no, there is no change in that.
I mean, because I think that would be everybody's primary concern of all of a sudden new bylaws and all the rates are changing.
Right. Yeah, so for the Schedule A, that would be penalties and current charges that we can enforce if we wanted to. Rates and changes are yearly, they can yearly change. So that's why we're saying that the master bylaw rate as well. So that would be introduced later on as well.
Okay. Well,
Councilor Henry?
yeah, just to be perfectly clear for everyone, this does not dictate, or this particular bylaw does not dictate the monthly garbage rate that you get charged, which you can charge for cubic water, meter of cubic water, things of that nature. This is basically deals with the whole, I believe we originally needed to have a citywide waste management, it gave them exclusivity of all of that within the city. And all this does is replacing that with the city in its place.
Yes, thank you for clarifying that. Any other comments, Councilman? Yes. Don't move, you might get asked. Seeing none, hearing none, I get a motion then to proceed with, do we recommend that we can read one and two in the same motion or two separate motions?
Thank you, Council. We'll just, we make motion, Council makes a motion to give, the bylaw 04-22 first reading. Okay. And then take of course, your votes on that, and second consideration for third consideration for third, you need in analysis, which is here today, and then going on to third. Final.
Okay. All right, if I could get a motion to, for first reading, Councilor Hanley?
I move that council give first reading to bylaw 024-22 being the proposed for new waste management bylaw.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. All right, if I could get a motion for the second reading. Councilor Hanley?
I move that council give second reading to bylaw 024-22 being proposed for the new waste management bylaw.
Any questions or comments? All in favor? Carried. All right, if I could get a motion for consideration to have a third motion on this bylaw. Councilor vote.
Make the motion that we have, that we grant, third reading permission.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. It's fantastic. If I can get a motion for a third reading, Councilor Hanley?
I motion that council give third reading to bylaw 024-22 being the proposed proposal for the new wastewater or waste management bylaw.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, Jerry. Thank you for your presentation.
That was just, sorry, Council. It's rescinded, so I just want to make sure that the public is aware that this will take effect as of December 31st.
Okay, if I can get a motion to rescind bylaw 008-15, Councilor Hanley?
I was going to say, do we have to rescind that on as a specific date?
It's also mentioned in there as December 31st as well. So, okay.
So who's the bylaw? 008-15.
I'm fine.
Wrong on the recommendation.
Okay. So I move that council rescind bylaw 008-15.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll take a recess for lunch and we'll be back here for 1:30, please. Great, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for your patience. We're just coming back from lunch, and we're just going to start the next stage of our council meeting today. We're on to item H, which is our council discussions. And today I thought that we would do this a little bit differently and involve some of the residents that are here today. Good afternoon, everyone, in online and in the conference room today. We're looking to talk about some of our favorite subjects, which is taxes and assessments on our residential properties here in Chestermere. One of the reasons that we're looking to talk about this is that our city has been fortunate in the sense of in this last year, we've figured out ways to be more efficient with our spending of dollars, and also our revenues that the city is receiving are also increasing. And so we were looking forward to having a conversation today, a bit of a round table that would mostly talk about just different ideas that residents had about the subject, and really start to just come up with some different ideas about the concept of tax reduction and how we want to look at doing it. We had some initial ideas that I was wanting to start with. And the beginning of those conversations is when we're looking at our potential tax savings, we're looking at trying to do that from the perspective of what needs and what does our city need. And one of the things that I wanted to, just before we get started, is I wanted to make sure with council, one of the things that we're doing today is wanted to have Graydon actually record myself in the event today. It's not looking at recording the rest of the council or anything, but I wanted to actually, first of all, get a motion from council that would allow Graydon to record myself during the session. And the point of this is just to provide more information on a more clear basis to the public, as opposed to sometimes our discussions that are a little sketchy on our on our online version. So I guess first of all, I'd like to ask for that. Is there any comments or questions in relation to that first, or I guess for a motion? Councilor D?
I'm just wondering how that's different than our regular video that we would do anyway that will be released, and
I kind of felt that would be similar, but they wanted a little better quality copy.
Yes, through the mayor, if I can answer.
Yes, please.
Specifically, we're going to be having 2 more roundtable discussions around this topic. And it's very hard for us to cut the recording from the video monitoring. And we wanted to be able to put this on social media to explain what the roundtables are. And so just cut this first portion. So it's mostly just the introduction of what the roundtable is that Graydon will be recording, and then he'll be.
Now, I remember that our new system that we're getting coming the new year, that'll come back to our cameras that used to be in front of us. So
Yes.
we have more cameras on us, because right now we don't have that anymore that we used to have when we started.
That's correct. That's correct, yeah. And so, in the future too, it'll be on, I believe, YouTube is the new one, when we record on YouTube again, so we can clip out portions, so we wouldn't have to do this again. It's just, for now, we don't have that ability. Questions around that, Councilor Bean?
Councilor Pump?
So this is technically just the comms group, doing some additional reporting.
Exactly.
That's right, on social media, and yes, it's just the comms group.
Notepad. Certainly. So the rings. Notepad. Thank you. That's. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. So sorry, before we start, if I can present a motion that allows recording to proceed today in relation to the roundtable discussions. Are there any comments or questions? That's it.
I guess the lunch services, are there any other concerns in regards to this in terms of policy, notice of reporting, extra recordings? Is there any concerns there? I know, we just stepped out.
And I
Perfect timing.
through the mayor to Council Bean, I did discuss this with Jerry beforehand to let him know that this is what we were wanting to do. And he did not raise any concerns. Because he does have concerns, we're reporting otherwise. That's why we're having a motion. So that it doesn't say to anybody, please do come forward and report. We have to have a special motion for this.
Yeah, that's makes sense. Yeah. Any further questions? Okay, all in favor? What's the motion? The motion was to allow, the reporting of myself for, the roundtable discussion.
Yeah, travel voice.
Opposed? Carried, thank you. Okay, so we're just looking at moving forward now. So one of the things that we're looking at is establishing is that what is the base that a city should be taxing, as opposed to what should it also be adding for additional projects. And the reason we wanted to talk about that was that we were looking at trying to establish a base that future cities, future administrations would have something to follow not more accurately, but would give them more of a budget to follow, I guess, and as opposed to setting up a new budget every year, just adding to it. So one of the things that we're going to talk about is starting with savings and starting with tax reductions, as well as looking at the conversation around assessment. And then the moving from there to the conversation around creating a base tax. And then from there, additional taxes that we wish to add, we would look at adding those in terms of riders, so that we would have a separate line item that would be on our tax forms that would indicate if we were going to raise funds, for example, for a recreation fund, rather than having that merged into our one number tax bill, we would have a separate rider on your tax bills that would identify that specific amount of money, and then that amount of money would go into a specific bank account, and it would be easily reconciled for residents to look at, as well as, of course, the city. Again, the point of that is just to focus on additional transparency. So what I wanted to show you, I'll just pull it up on my screen here. Sorry, on the edge. Sorry, singing the gap.
That's okay. Keep your days.
Okay. Okay, share my screen. That's kind of good to see. So first. Okay, so we're looking at, so what we're looking at here is beginning of our 2023 tax analysis for our city adjustment. So we start with our, as you see here, we start with our farmland, our residential land improvements, and then our residential vacant land and our residential vacant bylaw. And so we showed that the values that we had with this going into 2022, as well as we have the current increases in assessment, and then we have the increase that's due to new growth. And so right now, our assessment company is coming back and indicating to us that we're looking at a 12% increase in assessment on average for the city of Chestermere and all residential properties. And so that's obviously substantial. And they do that as well for on average for our commercial lands. And so what the conversation that we're having is that we're hoping to have today in our roundtable is that our city only needs the amount of taxes that we need based on our budget. Okay, so our budget amounts that we had last year were a bit challenging, as everyone knows. We reduced our budget by about $3 million last year before we allowed it to come into action. And then from that, we reduced another $5 million, but we repurposed that. And so we repurposed that $5 million into council initiative projects, similar to, we had a splash park in there, we had a skateboard park, we had money for the additional RCMP expense, we had a tax reduction of 6% that we passed on, and then we also doubled social program funding. And so what we've experienced this year is that to date, we're averaging roughly around $5 million of savings, even having done those changes. So that's quite positive, obviously. We had a tremendous amount of growth that we've experienced this year. That our total improvements are about $68 million, and we have an additional supplementary increase, which is about $65 million. And that happens between what's happened in growth today, in the last 2022 calendar year. So that'll be coming that'll roll into our actual houses. Those are new builds. And so what we're looking at doing is a lot of times we get a lot of questions around tax assessments, and that they confuse people as to the city says, okay, we're going to have a 12% increase in our assessment, and a lot of people don't know that. And then the city says, okay, we're going to do an increase of 2%, or we're going to do a decrease of 5%. And then when people see their tax bill, they see that, oh, this went up. You said it was going down. And one of the things that we want to be careful is that we only want to cover or charge the amount of taxes that we need for our budget to run the city. Okay? And that includes everything the city needs. Budgets are obviously very detailed, which are coming up here as we further look to conclude our budget process. But during that time period, we identify what the expenses the city truly needs. And through the last year, we reduced the budget in total by about that $8 million. And then we also now have just over a $5 million savings. And so when we're looking at that, we identified that what we expected in the very beginning was there was significant savings on the budget that we were presented with when we first got in office. And so we didn't want to cut the budget too much because we wanted to be more cautious. We can't come back to the well and ask again mid-year for additional funds from residents. So we decided to keep some of that money in the budget, which we decided to keep that additional $5 million, roughly about $5 or $6 million in the budget. So we kept that in to make sure that there was going to be enough dollars in savings and really prove what we thought to be true. And so what's happened is that during this time frame of the last year, we realized that we have had the opportunity for savings, and approximately the $5 million that I'm speaking of.
We do believe there's still more, but at the same time, we're also focused on new revenue streams. And so we're focusing on new revenue streams being in commercial, for example. With our expansion into Clearwater, we're going to have substantial dollars coming from them, not in this next year, but it'll likely be in the next. But again, that's going to start to skew our budgets as well. So we'll have more revenue coming back, which will hopefully reduce the taxable requirement for our residential side. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to just show you what we're looking at in this document so people start to begin to understand how we would start to try and clarify things with regards to the budgets and the taxes that people pay. Often the assessment side confuses everyone because, again, as I said, if I was going to say a 6% tax reduction and we've got a 12% increase in assessment, obviously your taxes still went up. Okay, it went up by 6%, roughly. It's not quite exactly proportional. So what we are looking at is there a way for us to make this more simple for residents? Now, this is up for debate. This is part of this round table that I wanted to get into in a minute. But what I wanted to do was, in order to zero out the assessment fact, the factor that the assessments have on our properties, it takes us about a 10.7% discount in our mill rate. Okay, and that basically zeroes out the 12% increase in our housing taxes, okay, housing assessments. And I'll just show you quickly, if you see on the screen here, how we know that to be accurate. So on this screen here, I'm just going to show you. So here we have a house that's worth $500,000, taxed by the mill rate, and then their taxes per year is $2,400, $2,406. So in order to get a 12% increase, okay, which is again from $500,000 to $560,000, so our house value went up. Okay, went up to $560,000, went up by 4. We get those taxes back down to, so there's a zero change if we were looking to do that. Okay, so this idea is we're looking to make a zero change. So in order to make a zero change in our taxes that we would pay would be approximately the same, $2,406. Okay, same as we paid in 2022, even though our assessment went up by 12%. Okay, in order to do that, we would have to change the mill rate by 10.7% decrease. Okay, so that's where we get that number of 10.7%. And so the point is that with the 10.7% reduction, that basically zeroes out the impact of the assessment on our taxes that we pay. There's lots of ways to look at this, so it can be done a little bit different as well. But I was trying to come up with a way to show people when we're talking about a real tax reduction, let's try and get an assessment out of the picture. Okay, now it doesn't change. We can't officially take assessment out of the picture because assessments, for example, affect education taxes and whatnot. We're not trying to say that we can zero the education taxes. So that still is part of what's paid. But we're looking at our budgets and our savings on our budget to be in the neighborhood of around $5 million. So what we were proposing, I should say what we were considering, council still has to vote this in, but if we were to look at half of that being a tax reduction, okay, and we can change these numbers, all of this can be manipulated on the spot, so we can take a look at what that means. But if we were looking at reducing our taxes by $2.5 million, okay, so only half of what our savings is to date, that would be approximately a 13.73% on our taxes that we would do a reduction. So yes, we would still reduce 10.7, which would zero out the assessment effect. An additional 13.73% would actually reduce our taxes down by $2.5 million. So that ideally next year, we're going to have in the neighborhood of about $2.5 million extra profit. Okay. Now, part of our discussion around our budget is that are we looking to do it just to be cautious, so that we have extra dollars in our bank, and we do have savings, so we're not operating quite that skinny. But are we looking to do that? Are we looking to use those funds for other purposes? For example, possibly recreation funds or other amenities that residents want. all of those types of things are on the table for how we would affect our budget discussions, which are coming up. And so the point of today is to really start to talk about, we can include the assessment all in and have those conversations. And I've had some people not really understand what that does to them. So I was looking at this as to say, if we could take the assessment out and your property didn't go up and down based on that, and we wanted to do a tax reduction, what would that look like? And so that's really the point of this spreadsheet here, is it identifies all of the lands we have currently, all the lots we have currently, all of the houses that we've got currently, the new development that we've got currently, and it identifies the builds that are coming, either in progress, expected to happen by 2023. So it identifies our various cash flows, and so we're experiencing quite a change. Our cash flows are our revenues are starting to increase significantly. And so some of those are done by projection, so we can't fully rely on them until they're done. Okay, we have double the amount of land that was under development for the last 2 years. So it's significant what's happening in Chestnut. We expect it to continue to grow in that way. And one of the reasons that we're trying to have these discussions and start these discussions is to try and say is that we want to focus on being efficient and gaining efficiencies when we're dealing with all of our budgets. So when we're talking to our community operations and they're looking at plowing snow, or they're looking at cutting grass, or they're looking at maintaining parks, do we gain more efficiencies as we grow? I mean, yes, we can try and be more efficient on what we've got. That's always a challenge because everybody's looking at cutting and how do you do that. The other way is, as we grow, can we be more efficient as we take on more product? And I believe the answer is yes. Now, it is a game. It is a game of going through it and realizing what you're actually are performing. We do set up goals. We do set up key performance indicators, and we determine if we're hitting those on a monthly or on a quarterly basis. So, but it is an exciting time for Chestermere because we haven't really had these opportunities for a long time where we've been growing like this. And our future, I think, in the next 2 years, 3 years, is substantially going to change with the amount of product that we've got coming online and with some of the annexation that we're looking at. And to be honest with you, the city has really taken a hard look at how it spends money. And it's figured out how to find some savings. And we've become a lot more efficient in a lot of areas, and we're still challenging staff as to where can we be more efficient and where do we need to invest in. And so we are investing a lot in our staff. That's really turning a corner. But at the same time, we're finding out that we centralized procurement, so we're not spending as much money in that sense. Our centralized procurement has made it that do we need what we need, and then let's go get it. So it's been an exciting process. But I wanted to start this off by just having some more conversation. And I can read out. I've had quite a bit of feedback from residents that have sent us information, and I can read some of these comments. And what I hope today is that we can we have a mic, and you don't have to stand up and talk. We can actually pass it around, so people don't have to get up. Keep it a little more casual. One of the initial comments that I got from residents so far was they love the idea of tax cuts. I also got the converse to that people wanted taxes not to be cut and more to be spent on more amenities. I also had one gentleman indicate that to get the developers to pay more. and that is something that we're very cognizant of. Okay, but we have pushed the developers quite a bit since we got in very quickly. We increased our offsite levies by just over 30%, which is substantial in our world. To one of our developers, that was a $20 million difference. Right, so it adds up. At the same time, we expect them to also continue to get back to the community. So we expect them to join venture with us on recreation. We expect them to do additional recreation items. And why would they do that? One of the things that we commit to is trying to improve our processes. And how do we get our processes to be more efficient? We can always improve something. We have to make sure the developers stay within the lines. They've got to follow the program the council sets out and that determines what is the way that we want to move. And if the developer does,
then we want to try and move as quickly as we possibly can. So we can get them off of our plate as well, and that doesn't mean, that's not just council, that's administration. So as was indicated today, we're also investing into software management of our records management as well as our processes, as to how we go through our development process and how we invest money into that process to make sure that it's as efficient as possible. Because right now we deal with a number of developments on the go. Pretty soon we're going to have 3 times them. And if we're not efficient at it, that's not going to be fun. So we are very reliant on our staff being very, very good at what they do. And so we want to invest in the staff, and we want to make sure that they're prepared, and we give them all the tools to be prepared for that for the coming performance. I also had another resident reach out and say that they would like us to build schools and for us to invest in schools. So I think what they're referring to there is the city actually becoming the investor and building the school rather than the government building the school. And possibly we would then end up into a leasing relationship, maybe with the government. Our challenge is that Chestermere is still little. And our debt limits don't allow us to go that tall. Schools are $30 to $70 million adventures. That's quite a chunk of change for a city our size to jump into. It does work for the province. They do have they do a lease program that it does make sense, but it would definitely eat up all of our excess capacity, which obviously we have other things to do as well. But it is an important opportunity, so it's worth mentioning. The other point was ratio of revenue to debt to the municipal affairs debt limits. I'm not entirely sure what they meant by that, but I think they were talking about how if we get additional revenue, that has an effect on our debt we're allowed to borrow, which is based on what the municipal affairs debt limits are for us. And I guess the conversation is that if we increase our revenues, how much more debt can we borrow? And I'm all for being financially savvy. I'm nervous about this a little bit. I don't prefer a lot of debt. So for the city, I'd rather us, have less debt. That's not something to be scared of, but it just has to be managed so carefully. And I think I think for the right reasons, that makes lots of sense. And for the wrong reasons, it can get you into a bunch of trouble quickly. But so that was some of the conversations, and I have a couple more that I'll bring into. But I'd like to, first of all, just have some conversation. It's more of a round table. We haven't gotten to the round part yet. So I want to invite initially maybe some of our councillors to give some thoughts about their thoughts about how can we do tax cuts and we got things, for example, like I had one resident that we were talking with that was like, can we look at tax freezes for seniors, tax freezes for people's residences until they sell. So there's a lot of different ideas, and we're at a point where it's unique in the sense we can have these kinds of conversations. And doesn't mean that all of these are meant to go through. We're supposed to basically look at talking with our residents and how can we move this forward and come up with ideas. And we were talking about doing this in a 3-part series. That can be different. That was just the initial idea, is to have general conversation about this. And for us to look at becoming more effective with what we're doing. And some of these dollars can be put towards different savings accounts too. So we can create our own heritage fund. We can create our own reserve. Unfortunately, cities don't often have a lot of reserves, which is a problem. But with new technology now, with the way that building is going, there is possibly an opportunity that infrastructure is going to last longer. So that potentially gives us an opportunity to have money put into reserves that will actually have some time to grow. So there's lots of things to discuss. But I wanted to just take this as an informal opportunity for us to have a conversation with our councillors. And at the same time, I thought it would be nice to have the residents involved as well. So we'll start off with the councillors, make it easier with them, put them on the spot. Councillor Funk?
There actually is an email that we as council got from a resident identifying the the city does have a fairly large amount of debt currently, that needs to be addressed. And I think we still do have a focus on paying debt, and getting that down under manageable, because that costs us a lot of money every year, just to service that debt. It's showing, how do we show that we are focused on paying that debt and the different avenues, I guess, that we are looking at to control that and get it paid down.
No, I totally agree, and I don't have to, I'll moderate this, but there is some, part of my thoughts on our debt is, why did we get it in the first place? And so, ideally, there's hopefully there's good reasons why we got the debt in the first place, and it typically relates to something. You know, like, so for example, lift station 13, okay, which is down on the southern edge of our borders, we're looking through a lot of growth that was going to happen down on Highway Township Road 240, okay? And it's been a long time coming. And so that's been really straining on the city. And fortunately, what we do have coming is we do have Serenity, which is the Webster project, which is going to have significant offsite levies, which is going to pay down our debt on that significant portion of outstanding debt, which is the neighborhood of around upwards of $25 million. So that really will start to put a dent in that. And then further to that, directly to the west, on the north side of 240, directly to the west of Serenity, Truman has a project there that they're looking at coming forward with now. And so that will really start to, it should erase that portion. So when we get these things starting to happen, it erases that portion of the debt, not all the debt. And then again with Clearwater, again, these offset levies that these developers pay for are for infrastructure, which predominantly we put a lot of money into that in the past. We just haven't had the growth to pay it off. And so we were a little bit early on some of that, but when these guys get going, when Clearwater gets going, that's going to substantially bring back their first offsite levy chunk that they're going to be giving us is in the range of about $18-19 million. So that's going to be substantial. And so pretty much most of that, not quite all of it, but should be put down on debt. That's what I think. Does depend on what council thinks though. And then there will be some monies that could go to recreation, there could be some of these things. So in answer to Wayne's comment, yes, that is a crucial part. Does it need to be paid off with, and this is a question, does it need to be paid off with taxpayers' money? Or do we use it? Why did we get the debt in the first place? Because we do increase the offset levy to account for the interest increase. Okay, so it's like a debt that went from $1 to $2. You don't charge them the $1, you charge them the $2. And sometimes that gets into an issue, it gets too long because infrastructure has a lifespan, so you can get into a bit of an argument there. But that's typically how it works. So great comment. Sorry, Councilor Durant, did you have any comment?
Yeah, thank you through the worship. So basically, I've got mine divided into three different parts. And I think Dennis Castle has a pretty good opportunity, an opportunity that most councils don't get with respect to the funding. And I think it is an opportunity to, set things really well for the future of this city. So the three parts that I've identified as one of them has been spoken to already, is trying to mitigate our debt. The second part is infrastructure, everything from twinning roads to the rec centre, and the fact that we are a growing city. We have loads of people and businesses happening here, and one thing we hear over and over again is the lack of amenities and infrastructure. So I really like to concentrate in that area. And then of course, forgetting out of the way, how do we stay sustainable? So we're in a good place right now. We have to make sure that we can continue that even past our term. So I think you mentioned maybe having something equivalent to a heritage fund or something. So I think being sustainable would be important. Right now we're seeing some good days, but economically, some would argue that
but times change, so I think being sustainable will be very important. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's great points. Yeah, the sustainability factor and the, the idea of a heritage fund, reserve fund, rec fund, and starting to build these pots of money and make sure that they stay separate. We had some concerns. One resident brought up to me was there were some funds raised, I guess, a few years ago for a splash park, and we can't really find them. So I don't know if they are, just got merged in with our city's dollars. I mean, I assume that's what happened. And what I'm proposing is that we set up, for these really clear initiatives, that we set up a different, almost like a different bank account. So it's something that we can also be proud of, that we can show our residents that, we've got this. It's not just some reconciliation accounting that we've got a big account. It's actually a separate fund that we established as council and as residents. What are the rules around this money, and what's it supposed to be used for? And really to increase the transparency and to provide, more clear direction to councils, as Councillor Narayan mentioned. There'll be future administrations and future councils that will have these programs set up, and we want to try and have them go through these and have the benefit of these opportunities, options when things do come up, when there is a challenge with our infrastructure. And the newer infrastructure, sure, it should last longer. The older infrastructure, we don't have a lot of it, but we've definitely got some. And so some of that will definitely start to show itself. And it's just expensive. It's just expensive to dig up roads and put in pipes again. And where do you start and where do you stop? So that is going to be come to the table. And now that we're reorganizing, we might as well look at really more of that pie. No, do you have something to say?
Not right now.
Okay. Councillors, anything else you want to mention? Councillor Hanlon?
I guess, covering a lot of areas, but as I've always said, I believe, budgets are all about balance, right? You have to balance off all sides of the equation. One of the things that I've tended to notice is cities' budgets tended to be about expenses, right? And then adjusting the revenue to compensate for it. Where really, as you saw with the assessment, if assessments go up 12%, just by the same mill rate, because you get charged so many dollars per thousand of home value, the city gets 12% more money. Is that necessarily true? You have to review that. I believe strongly that you have to look at your revenues independently to begin with to see what are you going to generate, right, on a zero-sum basis, and then look at your expenses and see, am I living within my means? And sometimes you're going to make a decision that says, my means or whatever is insufficient, right? Because we have challenges. We have things that we need to catch up on, right? We saw the RCMP wasn't upgraded from their staffing complement since 2014. We have issues with the CPOs where we needed, different shifts. As Councillor Narayan said, as a growing city, we probably should have some sort of victim services type of arrangement. There's, a number of issues that come up for families getting sports services that also should be included. But we're also going to recognize that cities don't provide the same types of amenities from place to place. So we need to know where we fit in that. And some of those amenities we do need to protect for, or we do need to put funds aside for. But that's really sort of something where council needs resident input of what do they consider are those priorities. And, you could end up very easily in this situation of you decrease taxes, and for some reason there's a bad winter event or whatever, and then you get complaints of the service declines, right? Now that might have been a one-time incident, but you want to manage that. You want to ensure that people realize that a tax cut is not necessarily a service cut. It's an efficiency gain. You want to balance that equation. And then what do residents really want us to do with those? Do we give a portion of it back? Do we do it to fund the items that we're short on or that are catch-up? Do we pay off with debt? Right? Those are the types of things we really need to hear from people. And as I understand it, this is just sort of the first of many conversations that we want to have with the residents about gaining their input. What is the priorities? Because our role is to serve the community and do what's in the best interest of the majority of the community. Undoubtedly, not everyone will agree. But that's the challenge that we're faced with of how we have to assess it.
Well, and just to be clear, there's some key words that keep popping up about projects in Chestermere that residents are really focused on, which is, for example, our Rainbow Road. So we have the southern portion, which is south of Chestermere Boulevard. Residents are keenly focused around, they want that to be twin. And then north of Chestermere Boulevard to the more northern section, close to Highway 1, the paving of that gravel section. So what council has already come forward with, which some of you may know already, is that we've already come forward with proving those two things. So the paving of the north section will start in the spring, and the putting of the south section will start. Key things that council and staff have been doing this year is on our Rainbow Road portion, we did have two situations we had to deal with this year, which was one, the engineering and the planning around the underground stormwater for Rainbow Road. So the underground stormwater for Rainbow Road was very substantial. And it really took up a lot of the challenge and the focus around when can that road be twinned, because it had to go underneath it. And with that, we also had a legal action that was working with the city from before, for about 10 years actually. And it was all around stormwater. And so how it was going to be used, how things would work at the endeavor to assist and all these kinds of things. So fortunately, that's been resolved. And now we're moving forward with this planning for the stormwater. But we've also started a new plan, a new technique to work with our developers, where we're working with their top planning people along with our top planning people to come together, rather than in the past it was a lot of keep the developers away from us and we'll go do our own thing. And the reason we wanted to bring the two together is that we find that both will have great ideas, and we want to try and bring them together for operational efficiency, but at the same time some have access to better pricing, some have access to different design principles, different ways of looking at things. And in this result, we've ended up saving about $4 million. And that $4 million doesn't technically come to Chestermere, okay? But we were going to have to be the ones that are going to pay for it and then recover it from our developers afterwards. But fortunately, what we're in the process of doing now is having our developers come forward and fund this. Albeit, it's nice that they save money. And we wanted to show them that, and us, that working together for the benefit of making sure the developers don't pay too much. And then, my discussion with them was, okay, now you got to put more money into recreation. If we're able to make savings that you wouldn't have achieved. And so that's something that they're keenly looking into. And all of these things is to try and figure out how can we collaborate better for the benefit of Chestermere citizens and families and kids and all these things. And at the same time, residents want stuff to get done now. They want these roads trimmed, they want these roads done. Unfortunately, Chestermere Boulevard itself, we're still in discussions with Calgary. So that does push us back a little bit as to whether or not we twin or not. There is some discrepancy in relation to the design that they would like. They would like to have a C train coming down the middle of the highway, and so that adds a significant change in pricing just to even prepare it. We're trying to see if it could be phased. We're not entirely sure if all residents want that. So there's multiple conversations in that, and so if it could be phased, that would be a bit more enticing because the stations, I guess, and whatnot, where you collect, they're substantial cost-wise. We're not really there yet, so we don't want to do anything too early. So it is still, it's very exciting. But so I just wanted to put those out there. We are looking at those kinds of things, the twinnings, as well as twinning our bridge down on Rainbow Road as it crosses the canal on its way to 240. As well as the bridge over the lake to the east side. Our main bridge is under feasibility analysis right now.
So, yeah, so there's not that there's a shortage of projects. We just want to manage these things effectively because it's not something that Chestermere always has to pay for. When we're looking at the expansions around the bridges, we do charge some of that. Some of it we do get saddled with. We do charge some of that to the developers and outside loans because they're adding more people that are going to use these bridges. We obviously have existing residents that are going to use these bridges, so that's our portion that we have to be cognizant of. And then at the same time, when we're looking at some of the development along the shoreline area there, whether it be at the landing, I can't remember what it's called right now. Anyways, the land, wasn't it? Dockside, sorry. And any redevelopment they're looking at, or whether it's redevelopment that we're looking at in our entertainment district. Part of those developments have to pay outside levies too. And so they'll pay outside levies for improvements that the city is, planning. And some of those, for example, are the bridge. And so, we have our various discussions that we're underway right now with all of the acreages. So we've got East Acreages, we've got Lake Erie Estates, we've got, we call them the South Acreages, and then we have the North Acreages. Some of those groups want the densification of their areas and some of them don't. Some of them are happy with leaving it as is, which is a different discussion, but we're trying to look at ways to make things happen for those that want it to happen. And so we're trying to help resolve those discussions. Okay, so Councillor Dean.
Yes, thank you. Pretty sure since the dawn of democracy, the way you got yourself elected was say you're going to cut taxes. I'm not sure I've ever seen a campaign where somebody said I'm not going to do that. And so obviously, sitting with this chair, anytime we're talking about cutting taxes is great, and obviously that's something that comes out. I have some ideas that are being talked about here, though, in terms of those big picture items. I do think we have a lot of projects that are on the table. I think there have been a lot of things that have wanted to be done for a number of years, including especially when it comes to recreation. We know needs. Something that's obviously near and dear to my heart is minor sports in our community. And so when we talk about recreation there, we know that Chestermere Minor Hockey is under capacity right now in terms of having enough ice. They just don't have enough. Vignette doesn't have enough ice. There's not enough soccer fields. We know struggles with baseball, right? And so, and then all the other projects that we mentioned, 20 roads and things like that. And so, for me, I really like this idea of talking about some of these big picture items. And I think the key to all of this will be about how we tell the story. I think sometimes at all level of governments, I think there's a difference between telling a story and spinning a story, and sometimes we see that, right? And I would like for us to find a really good way to tell the story. I think that's what's going to be important. If we're going to do something where, say, the taxes stay flat, for example, for the X number of years, so the story behind that is because we're going to do this, and we're going to do this, and we're going to do this, right? If we're decreasing, it's because we're doing this. So I think if we can do a really good job of rationalizing, telling a rational story that makes sense, that and something that's near and dear to me is, and it's been mentioned a couple of times, is doing that in collaboration with our residents, because our residents are not just our residents, they're our bosses, right? We work for them. I sit on this side of this desk because I serve the people that are on that side of the desk. And so if we can figure out how to tell that story in such a way that it makes sense to everybody, where even if you disagree with the decision, you go, I disagree, but it makes sense, right? And I appreciate the fact that at least it makes sense as to what they're doing, because I think what drives me crazy as a resident is when there's a decision that I disagree with and it doesn't seem to make any sense to me. Whereas opposed to if you disagree with something but see the sensical nature of the story that's being presented and told behind that, I guess would be my key focus as we walk through this process.
I think that's a great point. So, guys in the audience, any ideas that you'd like to talk about? Cal, can you grab the microphone, please?
Stand up here, so I got a few pieces.
Okay, it was just a couple of things I want to go over. Good afternoon, council, mayor, and public. Just a few ground rules. You have a maximum of 5 minutes unless a motion is carried by council. When speaking, please present your name, your municipality, and if you would not mind, please can you write your name down on this board? Thank you.
Thank you, Kellen. Okay. Is it kind of carried? You can hear me?
Yes, yes.
My name is Vic Puto. I've been a resident here for 16 months. And my background was a professional nutritionist for animal and poultry. That's my background, but I'm here now and I'm on the police communication committee here in the city. I've got involved there. I got certified as a guard over at the jail, so taking care of those guys at late at night. So I'm trying to be involved in, I'm here to talk about schools. And I'm starting to get involved with the school board. I was at the school board meeting in Airdrie by invitation because I was interested. And the reason I'm here to talk about schools is because there's a document around, and I know all of you have seen it, because Shally Baziak has reviewed it with all of you one-on-one when you came to term. And it's the Reserve Lands Agreement. Okay? It was signed by this city with two school boards, the Catholic and the public. In 2013, it was renewed in 17, it was renewed in 2022. And on Appendix A in this document, which is the legal document between our city and the school board, it requires for a high school to have 14.93 acres. Now we have, sent to me, we have 10 school sites. We are told that you've had a number of little articles coming out in Chesterfield Today or a couple of other websites where you've sort of said, well, here's the state of the union of schools. And the one thing that I would like you guys to really consider for your 2023 budget, I hear all what we're talking about here today, this extra money, we might reduce taxes. But in this agreement, our city needs to purchase 6.93 acres of land from, I think it's the Chelsea Group. It's under the dirt pile anyway. That's all I know. It's under the big dirt pile.
Yeah.
If we don't kickstart a high school in this place, we haven't built a school since 2014. We're kind of like we were with police. And I have the whole document, all of these statistics from the Rocky School Division School Board, and they've done numbers up the wazoo on numbers of kids in school, where they're going to be. We're going to be 56% over capacity by 2030 if we stay the same as we are. But they've put us in slot number 3 for a public school, and they said we'd be ready in 2022. Well, we know we're not there. We're in 2022. They've slotted our high school in number 5 in the whole school division. 1,500 person high school, and it's not going to be ready. It says 2023. Well, there's no way. So the question I have is, a school site isn't ready until a number of things happen to it. And you got to be careful, I think, for the council to say a school site is ready. It's not ready unless you have power, telephone, natural gas, cable TV, hookups available to the site. It has to have water. It has to have sewer and storm. It has to be level, ready for construction. It has to have a curb street access, at least on one side, if not both sides of the rectangle.
Yeah.
2 sides. And the last one is this. The land title has to transfer from the developer to the city to the school board.
Yeah.
So let's not say a school site is ready until all of these 10 things have happened. But the most important one is, I checked with the school board. We have no land titles on any of our 10 sites transferred to them. 0. They can't start developing a school or, what's the word, designing a school until they have this land title. So I'm digressing just a little bit into land titles and other things, but the big bear in the woods today for me is in your budget 2023, if we have some extra money, I'll keep my taxes the same. So my 6 granddaughters have potentially a high school. So we need to buy that 6.93 acres, one way or another. And we need to do it in the 2023 budget.
No, that's a good question or good points. And just to clarify,
So of the 10 schools, one of them is the Catholic site, which is number one, I think, on that list. And that's already been transferred to the Catholic School Board.
That's the Dawson line,
Yeah,
the
the first Dawson.
First Dawson, yeah.
The third Dawson is the one that's going to be transferred to Rocky View Schools. However, that's not going to be done until 2023 spring summer. So they're doing this deeps on that right now, and they're expecting to be completed by then. Now, once that's completed, and as you mentioned, the accesses have to be done and the curbs, et cetera. And we got to make sure the site's level, at least where the school's going anyways. And so they're indicating that should be done for spring, summer of 23. Now, at that point, what the plan is that it has to be subdivided, as you know. We can go in for subdivision earlier than having all of that stuff done. But it still takes 3 months minimum right now because everything is so busy right now with land types. So it is something that I think as a city and with our developers that have to do work, I think that we can legitimately target that for the draw from the school board for November for 2023. Now, hopefully, which we'll have to work with Shally, as you mentioned, to make sure that hopefully the province takes it. I think you mentioned that we're number 3 on
Number 3 on the document for public school.
8 and 9, yeah.
Which is what we're talking about.
Yeah, and the school, the Catholic, if I'm not mistaken, I think was number 2 on the Catholics list. And unfortunately, I'm going to just say what I know about it, is they make a decision between the 2 school boards, who needs the school the fastest. And I believe that they made the decision that the Catholic got the first one. And then the second one is,
Because we're right now 110% capacity in
Yeah.
middle school.
Yeah.
And if you want to have fun, vote for a minimum
yeah,
for a walk through the middle school. And what they're doing to handle it is they're picking all the kids out of the school over the noon hour. And they scatter off to the canine store or the home if they're close.
yeah,
And they're sharing lockers. So, we talk about development, we talk about growth, and we talk about the new income coming in.
yeah,
Let's just not forget that I know families that have left this town because of the school system. Not because we didn't have a water park or this or that. They've gone because their school system is so overloaded and everything takes time. Even if we have the title over,
yeah,
we're just in the design stage of a high school student. So
Yeah.
I guess today all I wanted to say is take some of our extra money. We're not all about tax reform or tax deduction.
Yeah.
That sounds politically good. But for goodness sakes, let's buy that piece of property and get that thing moving on a high school.
Yeah.
With our extra money.
Well, and those are good conversation pieces too. One of our biggest challenges with our existing development is our existing development agreements. They don't force the developer to subdivide the school site right away. And that's a bit foreign to me. When I was doing it, we subdivided right away because we couldn't touch it anyway. So why would we want it? Who cares? And Rocky View at the time let us do that. They didn't care because again, it didn't come to us with the school board, obviously. And one of the things that we did also with Clearwater is that, they're doing things a bit differently. I'm sure people don't entirely notice this, but so the main road going through is a 4-lane road. Plus it's got parking on the side, so it's almost like 6 lanes. And on top of that, they've got their school site, which they're subdividing right from first subdivision. So we're trying to do things a little differently because I get that doesn't mean it's going to be built, the school, but it gets it in the queue as humanly possible, fast as possible as it could. But we still have to do our part as a city and try and get these developers to get these things done as fast as possible so that hopefully the Alberta steps up.
Well, the thing is, we signed the land services agreement.
Yeah.
We buy 6.9 acre basically. And so we can sit down and run that all day long as a player, but at the end of the day, you're legally wrong driving that.
Well, and to speak of that's a good topic too. To speak of the high school, okay? So you're right. This is 6.97 acres that the city needs to come forward with, and unfortunately, this type of project should have been dealt with before the subdivisions occurred. And building permits were given, and all these kinds of things. That's some of the the power the city has on the developer, right, is, get stuff happening while we all together, I guess, and typically that, similar to what they were talking about with the civic site, which was pre-dedication of municipal reserve, is you're getting together with your builder developers, all of them, because they're all contributing to why that high school is needed. The guy got the luck of the draw, I guess, when it got indicated the high school is going to be on his land, as opposed to it's on United's land, or it's opposed to Dawson, for example. But they still have to help, right? They still have to put some of their dedication to that. So that's one of the things that we're in the process of doing right now. And so that dedication by the other developers in the area is what we're having conversations with United, who is Chelsea, on the 7 acres, is that they're coming forward with either swapping pre-dedication, which is essentially what it is, or dollars and cents, and then we're policing that. And so we're going to have this resolved before the end of the year, to be honest with you.
Okay, I just wanted to.
Yeah.
If we needed to buy land, let's just get it done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I agree. It's obviously clearly, and it is top of mind to make sure it happens before we finalize it. Councilor Hannon?
I just wanted to clear up, because this had come up already once in one of our budget workshops. And the problem is, if the city was to buy land, we can buy land if we're going to put a city hall on it, or if we're going to put a park on it, or if we're going to put a recreational amenity on it, right? But apart from that, we can't buy land as a whole. That's against the MGA. So we can't buy land in order to give it to someone else. So, and that's where the fundamental problem comes. The original development or permit that was done at that point in time should have caused the developers to ensure the pre-dedication of all of that land, and knowing the fact that one of them was a high school site, that it would require the additional acres. And it should have been either in the offsite levies or dealt with directly by the developers at the time those development permits were actually issued, which were long before we came into office.
I realize the horse is out of the barn.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we're never going to get those high school built. Like, it's extremely that somebody.
We can't break the rules in order to put those across.
But we're keenly aware of it, and we have no problem fighting for Chestermere. And that's if our developers don't want to support Chestermere, I have a problem with that. And so they need to get together, which is what we've talked with them about that, and make sure this happens, because we can't delay it. It just has to happen. It's not a maybe sort of kind of, it's just has to happen. One of the things that I was also wanting to say was, I lost my mind. Sorry. As a train of thought. It basically should have been planned in the beginning. I don't think it was something intentional, right? Like the city did indicate in 2021 January that it was going to be ready for November 2021, and didn't happen, right? I don't think it was something intentional. What we have to remember is this is the very, very first high school this city has ever been, and so most schools, you've got enough MR in your dedication. The city, or sorry, a high school is like double in a bit. And so everybody's like, they weren't used to that kind of dedication requirements. And I'm sure it caught them off guard. And that's fine. I mean, we'll deal with it. And we are in the process of doing that. But it is something that, it's something we hoped we had dealt with by now, even. But it is something that, we're very keenly aware of, and that we have to make sure it happens. And really what I want to do is try and see if we can't make it happen in principle, at least by the end of the year, and have this dedicated and at least have the paperwork done. The subdivision will take some time, but it is a critical site for us, along with the civic site. I mean, that's a pre-dedication that oddly enough the city doesn't have any documentation on. It was done by a handshake, but again, there was intent there, though, because to pull that land back into the north side of
Chester there, about north of Chester Boulevard, it upsets everything. Because you've got your outline plan, you've got your ASP, and you've got what we've approved through the CMRV. And if we want to change that, all of that has to be changed again. And it doesn't make any sense to do that, right? So all of that is going to continue forward as it is, and both of those discussions we hope to have resolved this year. But it is keenly important, and I agree with you that, all of the funding or whatever, one way or another, we're going to make it happen, for sure. Are there any more conversation points? Anything, guys? Councilor Young.
Along that line, this for a lot of us up here actually has been a priority. And unfortunately, I think it's been intermixed with a lot of other priorities. And I think we as council personally need to put this back up as a priority on our action item list, and that our action item list actually needs to come forward every week with an update on this situation, because this is a critical issue. It's not so much a financial issue. I think the purchase of the land actually is a fairly minor portion of it. We don't have a full dollar value on what exactly that is, but I don't think that's what's holding this up by any stretch, right? The purchase, if we need to purchase land for this site, I think we will approve that and figure out a way to make that happen. There's other things that are holding it up, i.e. the subdivision of the land and getting the ensuring all the utilities and everything are in place. So I think we as a council need to push this back to a priority until it's done.
Yeah, no, for sure. I agree. So again, please, sir, go ahead. Cal?
Yeah, just a point about the schools.
Yeah.
I'm behind that 150%. I had run for previous council, and one of my points in my run was we've got to get plans going for schools. Now, forgotten whatever, but schools are so important. That's probably, in my opinion, one of the most important things that council's got to focus on. And when you talk about budgets to me, you've got to be good numbers. And, you look at capital budgets. In my experience, a capital budget will turn into significant numbers in the operating budget. Always does. And when you develop your capital, you got to kind of get a sense of what that's going to turn into for operating. And, you have to have good people to put a good operating budget together, and good people that understand the operating budget to be able to put a good operating budget together, because you got to understand the numbers and what's making those numbers what they are. And they got to be able to start cutting out stuff from the operating budget. And the story, it's important. But the most important thing about a budget, in my opinion, is the numbers and where the numbers come from, and understanding the impact of capital and what it means to the operating side. That's just I think that this has been, in my opinion, this has been a good exchange, listening to the council, some good ideas about what we can do. Because, I want to see my tax go to zero. That's what I want. And if it doesn't, okay, hopefully there's a good reason for that. But zero is a good number for me. And as a senior, guess what I want to see for my tax as a senior? The big goose egg. But, that's a dream. If it can happen, that would be good. But I'm not so silly as to think that that's going to happen. But that's what I would like to see. And I think that the big thing you got to keep your eye on is, it's like Mr. Hanley said, is that you can't have everything. You can't do everything. If I did everything that my family wanted and spend all the money on the everything, I'd be living in a trailer somewhere. One with wheels on. I can't afford it. And you've got to be realistic about your budget. Anyways, I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir here, but, thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I certainly echo what Councilor Funk was saying there about getting on the priority list. I mean, articles in media that have come out that now Calgary's getting another high school, right, and it's going to service 1,800 students, I think, next year, something like that, right? And so I don't know what you, but I know people contacted me about this new high school that Calgary's getting for 1,800 kids. And so I certainly echo Councilor Funk's sentiment on that, because we did a great job talking for a lot, I think, at the very beginning. I certainly agree, got intermixed with a lot of other priorities, and I would echo the sentiment of whatever needs to happen to get this done.
Yeah.
For lack of a better expression, and for no other better way, we get lack of giftedness with word, we gotta get it done. Because this is really, really important for our community.
Yeah, no, it is definitely a cornerstone having another high school, our first high school. Yeah. Councillor Funk, vote?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Patrol, for coming to the meeting today. As you know, I've been challenging you to do this for over months. But anyway, I'm all about schools and my grandchildren also. But I think we've laid it out very plainly today that there were some things that were dropped, and it's not only our fault here in this present council, but it was in the past council. And I think that if we can step it up to get it back on the priority list, I'm all in favor of that. I don't think it's actually, in my mind anyway, it's never ever fallen on the back shelf, because I've always tried to say, how can we not get this done? Not getting this done. But we will get it done, and we'll try to get it done as quickly as possible. And thank you for your comments, Mr. President.
Yeah, and I agree with also what Alan indicated there about we are working on our main budget, which does include, for example, all of our capital expenditures and et cetera. We are looking at expanding already additional capital items. It's like we are looking at adding some additional weed harvesters, for example, to the lake, and we are looking at, I think, another garbage truck, I think, which those were incredibly expensive. So we are investing into capital things as well as, and not really bare bones our budget that we're suggesting. We're finding that we're able to add additional RCMP, add additional fire, add additional equipment, and still save money. And then it's a question of, okay, with some of that savings, what do we want to do with it? Do we want to simply give back some tax reduction? Or are we looking at putting it into a combination of that plus some other buckets that we want to try and identify for some long-term planning for Chestermere? Chestermere's, starting to grow up, right? It's a city that's starting to get bigger and it's starting to get exciting, and we just want to take advantage of some good planning principles. And then hopefully we're making the right step forward each time now, which is always going to be, key focus for you guys to keep us in check. But we want to keep trying to do that, and it is an exciting time. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, I've got one statement and two questions, but one, I think the idea of having the city and developers working together on creating a development makes a ton of sense. The only other thing I could add, and I don't know whether it's worth, if there's a cost benefit to it, would be an audit after the fact to make sure that they use the right pipes, this, that, to make it what it is. Because if those things start going south, it costs the city. That's what's at least that's what I think it's gonna cost. And the other questions I've got is, you say you're investing into staff. What kind of things have we invested? And the last question that I've got is that you said you saved $5 million. Where did the $5 million come from? What did you see as the top 3 items that you save money on? Anyways, that's it for now. You keep pressing my time.
Yes, all the easy questions there, Al. Yeah, with regards to the city working with developers, really, the city had an idea before that they wanted to be the builder of everything and construction and I don't quite see it that way. I think the developers are good at that. And the developers, it's their business. So they're very on point to make sure they're getting the better pricing, et cetera. We do, of course, have inspection. We do final completion and completion certificates as well as inspections that get done to determine at the time of construction and even up to 2 years afterwards to make sure that they worked out the way they were supposed to. And it's almost like an insurance program, I guess. If it's something, is challenging, like we had that happened on 240, so Township 240, the road. The road, as you saw, was pretty crappy. And we ended up, before they would put the final lift on, we ended up having the contractor come back and redo it. That was part of that insurance program, I guess. So there are those checks and balances in place. It's more of the idea of trying to work with everybody because we're all heading in the same direction. And these builders, a lot of these developers, fortunately, are larger ones, so they're interested in the long term. They first need to make money along the way, but they're interested in being in Chestermere in long term. And so they're investing into infrastructure, they're investing into recreation, and then we really want to push them to get to some of these critical issues, like making sure they're doing roads right. And our development agreements state that they come earlier than later. Along with school sites, get those subdivided earlier, get them prepared earlier. All of those kinds of things is kind of what is kind of to make sure that we do that on our development agreements that we are writing now, and they are definitely top of mind. So in regards to auditing the infrastructure, I feel pretty comfortable with the process that's in place with the city. I don't think that there's anything. I mean, it can always be looked at, but I don't think there's anything really lacking there. And we just want to make sure that, and we work with them. We don't give it to them and walk away. Our staff are very good at what they do. And so then looking at what they're doing and why they're doing it, and we're coming to a joint conclusion on that. It so far has worked out really well. And this has only been 1 year in. But it really has shown some really promise. And so we're really hoping to take advantage of that because the city, unfortunately, like we even had, with our dog park, the city gets some incredible quotes because we're the city. And so we get 3 times the price, and it's like, come on. And, I talk with my background, but I also talk to developers about, you got to hear this. We got quoted this for this. And they're like, there's no way you could get quoted that much. There's just no way. And I said, yeah, no kidding. And so, we're looking at how do we revamp our RFP process and try and figure out, well, what are we missing? Why is it coming up like this? And then how can we possibly, bring other groups in to do some of that work for us rather than that be what our job is. And so that's up for debate for sure as to, what does that mean and where should it start and stop. But what we don't want to do is we don't want to waste taxpayers' money. And so it's a constant battle to make sure we're maintaining that efficiency and effectiveness. It has to be done right. It has to be commercial grade. It can't be residential. So that next level is more expensive. It's just more than it would cost you at your house, which is okay. But as long as we're paying that number, we're not paying 3 times that number. So those are some of the things that we factored into. Councilor Hanlon?
Yeah, I was gonna answer, our second question. We go back to the report earlier today. Salaries and wages are 1.5 million better than budget. Contractors and general services are $1 million better than budget. That's the purchase from other government, it's $2 million better than budget. Goods and supplies is $300,000 better than budget. And transfer to other organizations is $200,000 better than budget. And you add those up, and that's really where the 5 comes from.
Now, we are expecting some discounts also coming from CUI. But until it's completely rolled in and we start to verify these savings that we're hoping, that we're planning on, we're really not going to affect CUI yet. It's not an annual thing. as our taxes are. We get one time to talk about taxes. Our CUI we talk about monthly. So it's a little bit different situation there. So we are excited about CUI and the fact that it's rolling in and kind of getting our house in order. It's been a challenging process. But our changes in our structures and the stuff that we've been going through have started to work out really well. And the city is getting much more for what they paid for. And our developers are, just getting to the point where we're going to start to see some significant things start to happen in our community. Some of our roads, some of our recreation stuff is now going to happen. So what other items do you guys, does anyone have any ideas for on tax reductions? Do we see that we want to put, create like flat taxes? Do we want to create fixed taxes for houses until you sell your house? We want to create fixed tax for seniors until they sell their house. There's all those kinds of things as well that we can start talking about. But it really comes down to, what are we trying to accomplish? Is it for people that have lived in Chestermere for a certain period of time? They paid so much into the system, or is it for new people that moved to Chestermere? There's all these kinds of conversations that we talk about, and there's lots of ways for us to do things. We just have to, some involve possibly proposals to municipal affairs if we want to change the way that assessments are done or the way that we want to look at them. Other ones are really that we would move money around and create policy. And so really anything's on the table, especially for a discussion point. Are there any other ideas? Anybody?
It's good to hear that the city is on the positive side of the numbers. We've always heard of previous councils always saying, we can't do this because it's going to cost too much money and we don't have money for it, the taxes will go up. The thing is, the 5 million that you talked about, and I don't know whether it was identified, there's efficiencies you mentioned, but how much of that 5 million has come from new residential taxes for new house constructions that are being taxed in the current year that weren't taxed last year? And I understand the city has 2 years before they have to take over the development site to maintain services and roads and streets, or the developer. So eventually that number will be eroded as those properties become 2 years or older, because those tax dollars now will have to go to support the added services that particular developer is now absorbing in his costs of development. So I was just wondering if you have someone that does analysis on where the revenues stream came from for the additional revenues.
Yeah, the counter, go ahead.
Okay, that's not very quickly. But none of the 5 million is related to the new builds this year. Supplemental tax bills are for the new builds that occurred this year. They're just being mailed out now, and they'll be collected before December 31st. So the year-to-date number of 5 million has nothing to do with new homes that were created this year.
Yeah, but would it have something to do with maybe not the year before and last year's tax numbers? Yeah, because you would have had taxes for those years for which you're now going to have to.
And that's the same assessment when we did last year's budget.
Yeah.
We knew what supplemental was collected at the end of the year. So when we built the budget for this year, we had those in for a full year portion.
Yeah.
So that was the last year. So any of the new bills that are coming now, we will get a partial year on them, depending. Some people have only lived in them for 2 months, some have lived in them for 6 months.
Yeah.
We'll get a full year effect of that, which we will take into consideration when we build the 2023 budget.
Yeah. For 20 plus years, I was in for a tax budgeting planning. And organization that had over, in the Western Canada, over 300 stores. We had what we call the core stores, which were accepting stores. Every year we added what we call new stores. But in our case,
new revenues came, new costs came almost immediately. But in your case, you have the added advantage of revenues coming to costs to be delayed until such time as.
To me, in my past, it was referred to as the part-year effect and the full-year effect. Because things happen throughout the course of a year. And every time when you're building a budget, if it's something that's positive or whatever, you started saving in the last 6 months, then you have savings that occur in the first 6 months. That's the full-year effect. Or if you implemented a new process in the last 6 months, you'd have to, the full year effect of that is add the expense for the first 6 months because people don't have enough money to do it for the year.
But with the rising interest rates and servicing costs of people buying new properties now, properties are probably going to stay somewhat where they are, or maybe even go down a bit. I guess the assumption I'm using is that don't always count on property values going up. They could, in fact, become fairly flat over the course of time. And as a result, you might be experiencing growth in the escalation of property values. And that's way to probably appraise it for tax purposes also. But that's going to probably peter out as we move along. And then thinking about the growth option that we have in Chestermere, and that you've got a number of areas growing fairly fast. And with the advent of, other areas growing, like the new runway, the new airport that's going to be developed east of us, we're going to have a position where new families are looking at Chestermere as an option versus, well, it's too high price tax wise, I wouldn't want to live there. And the other communities will then benefit from the fact that we've forced our tax base up too high.
I would say I've lived in places such as in southwestern Ontario where your taxes are based on an average assessment over the last 5 years, which prevents sudden, all of a sudden you have a sudden gain, a 10-15% increase in your property values. And the cities leave their mill rate the same, and it's a windfall. But then the opposite happens. All of a sudden the market crashes and property values decrease 15%. And then the cities are left. But we're governed by the province as to the way taxes can be assessed through a mill rate, and it's an annual rate. So, that's not something necessarily within our power to do, but it's something that we can bring forward to the government, to, the provincial government to be as a consideration. Eventually, house prices are escalating very quickly.
So anyway, my comment is, additional revenues that you experience. I like the idea of them referring to a fund for extra recreational facilities, which Chestermere is in need of. And until such time as that fund becomes adequate, those dollars can be dedicated to the actual project that everybody's looking for. Because Chestermere is a younger growing community, you all know that. The early guys like myself, there's not going to be too many of those moving into Chestermere. What happens in the West? So anyway, I would recommend, or my preference would be, don't take all those excess funds and reduce your tax bill. Keep as a cushion for unforeseen circumstances that can come up in the future.
That's my comment.
Councilor Funk?
Thanks. Some very good points in there. A couple comments actually. So the first one, and Stephen can correct me if I'm wrong. When it comes to the supplemental, in a year, usually there's a forecast done as to how many or how much revenue is going to come on a supplemental for that year. And of course, it's a forecast, so you're going to miss by a little bit, but hopefully we've had some pretty good forecasts in the past, and I expect each year that they're going to be fairly accurate. On the budget side versus, assessment value or market value of properties and stuff, for me, I think that's where we, as a council, need to, we control the budget, right? So we need to control spending and liberty as a city. What the market value and where assessments happen, that's where we apply mill rate in order to come up with the funds required in order to support the budget. So as long as we are being fiscally responsible, it should mellow out or manage the taxes required over time, because that's what the mill rate is supposed to do. It's supposed to spread that across the assessment value of the tax roll in order to come up with each individual house tax. So I think for my responsibility, I feel it's ensuring that we're managing our budget and our spending properly.
One of the things I wanted to just close with is that the growth does a couple things for us in the sense that it actually allows us to force efficiencies. So when we're adding new homes, as you suggested, it gives us an opportunity to work with our for example, just the simplicity of our parks and community operations. So rather than looking at the department today and you go through and say, okay, where can we efficientize? Where can we cut? How can we make this more efficient? You got to be careful that you're putting too much of a time frame, too much of a small focus on it. That it's not, you're not looking at where are we heading, right? And so it gives us an opportunity with growth, and that's specifically what we haven't done with the community operations, is because our growth is so substantial that it gives us an opportunity to get ready for efficiency. And you're seeing it coming because you know it's coming. And it's a question of, okay, how can we redo the way what we do? How can we do our scheduling differently? How can we use our trucks better? How can we use anything to be more efficient and effective? And that's going to be an exciting experience because it's something that we know is happening. We can, as Councillor Hanley and Councillor Funk had mentioned, we give an indication of what's coming ahead of us. But at the same time, we have longer indications of even more growth coming. And what's nice about that is that I think we're going to be able to start taking advantage of the fact that we can get some real efficiencies out of our existing situations, and then additionally get more revenue on top of that. And so it's never stops. It always keeps going. You've got to balance this every year. But one of the things that we wanted to establish is that I wanted to establish this base tax rate. So we've got a base of operations of our city. So it's got a certain cost of operating. And really focus the new administrations and ourselves on, this is your budget. You have to live within it. If there's extraordinary measures, things that happen, for sure, yeah, that's different. But we want to try and keep the cities within their budgets so that they budget for that amount rather than instead of doing it that way, they just determine, well, what do I want this year? And we're just going to add it to the budget and we're just going to sign off. There you go. And now you got XYZ increase. Like, as we all know, we've lived in Chestermere a long time, and I had almost over 300% increase in my taxes since I've been here. School taxes did go up, yes, but that was not by far the only thing that happened. And so we want to be careful of that ever happening again, in my opinion. And so first of all, we've got to make sure that we're good at budgeting, and make sure we're good at operating what it takes to operate the city, and then from there determine how we gradually change, rather than this idea that, as when we came in, we were told that we had to raise taxes by $1 million. And we looked at the budgeting, we looked at the projections, and we said, that just doesn't make sense to us. And so we did not raise it by $1 million. Instead, we cut $3 million out, and we repurposed $5 million into council projects, council initiatives. And so that was not supposed to be able to be happening. Nobody believed it. And so we've gone through that. It's been a challenging go. But at the same time, there's more to do. There's still more to do for how to structure Chestermere, how to structure our finances, how to structure the city. Our growth is paramount. And at the same time, our community services, we're focused very, very acutely on the fact that we put more money, we doubled social program funding. And we want to focus on these social programs, and we want to help the fabric of our community, which is our families. And we want to make sure that we do that in an effective manner. But we have to keep a keen eye on the fact that money is there's not an overwhelming supply of it. As you mentioned, growth doesn't happen forever. So if you live on the hog of growth pays for growth and that ideology, you're going to get into trouble at some point. When that growth stops, you're done. And I don't believe in that philosophy of growth pays for growth. I want our current growth to be able to manage its own growth, its own costs. As you mentioned, the reserve fund for infrastructure and all that kind of stuff. We've got to start taking that kind of stuff seriously. Rather than hoping, oh, there's going to be something, just don't worry, and we'll get more money that way. And that there's a reason that our city has less recreation than, we're having stuff compared to size to Oak Stokes. Oak Stokes has a ton of recreation. And that's one thing that we're lacking. And so we've got to catch up, and one of these days, I hope that we do catch up. But, this is the beginning of this process, and our point again is to get different ideas and different information, different ways of doing things, and then talk about what we're doing, some of the ideas we might have, what doesn't sound good, what sounds okay, where the residents want us to focus, and ask these tough questions as to, dollars and cents is what really matters when we come to our taxes. We have social concerns that we want to take care of, but at the same time, we've got normal fiscal responsibilities. So I appreciate everybody's involvement today. Counselor. Now, please.
My background is in the business world. And when people in the company that I ran asked for money, they had to put a pretty damn detailed justification together that talked about costs, that talked about, is it cost neutral to the company moving forward? Is it going to increase cost? Is it going to save money? And it was an exercise, and I understand why I was doing that, because I wanted the people to think about it. Because it just isn't money on a tree. It's work that's got to get done. It's money you're spending, and there's got to be a reason for it. So now, if I as a citizen come to Jeff and say, Jeff, why the hell did you do this project? He said, well, here's the document. And it's numbers, and it tells a bit of a story. That's what I would like to see. And it's not up to Jeff to think, now, why did I do that? He's got it documented, and it's signed off by Jeff and the rest of council.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's just a thought.
We definitely are trying to take the use of taxpayers' money very seriously, and that it has to be for very good reason. And one of the steps is, first of all, for us to get ourselves more efficient, so we have less wastage. And then at the same time, when we do go after projects, and we do have that investment in the community, is this, number one, what the community wants? And number two, can we do it efficiently and effectively, and ensure that our pricing is accurate, rather than paying somebody 4 times the price for a dog park? Well, we could have done it, could have signed it off like that. But we're concerned about even the smaller dollars. Not that it was super small, but compared to these millions of dollar projects, it was very small. But we want to make sure that we're respecting taxpayers' money. And that's one of the reasons we want to have this conversation today. And we want to do this again. And we wanted to have more, again, continue the involvement of residents and different ideas around savings that we do. This is not our whole budget. As you can imagine, it's quite more involved in this, and the purpose is not to get it too complicated. It was really to show that even after our investment into additional equipment and additional things that are expansion that's happening around the city, we still have dollars to save. And we're pretty proud of that. It's an exciting situation for Chestermere, because as you mentioned, usually it goes the other way. Cochrane last year did a 10% tax increase. So that's something that, if we have to do something like that, it is what it is. But we want to make sure that that's 100% true. That there is not, extra dollars that we shouldn't be spending better. And it's not down to every penny, but we do want to get there as much as we can. So again, I wanted to say thank you to everybody for participating in today's. I'm not sure, this was our first trial to try a round table in the council meeting. But I want to use this opportunity as we have lucky to having all councilors here, as well as having residents and staff here, so we can have conversations like this. And I hope in the future that we can continue to do this kind of feedback on specific topics that are very important to residents. Now, we do want to do this again, because this is a big deal. We do want to have more conversations about this exact topic. We'll refine the way that we're doing it, I think, over the next do twice more is what we were thinking about. And then try and zone in on what some ideas and some planning. So we'll maybe put out some stuff and we'll try and get some feedback and then have it a little more tailored. And then come back and have another conversation in council in the coming month and a half. And so with that, I wanted to say again, thanks to everyone for participating and coming forward today. Jerry, just as a matter of process, do we have to pass a motion just to accept what we've just done as information? Our first round table.
Great discussions. Thank you, Mayor and Council. So this is a council roundtable discussion where you basically heard from residents and having some concerns. However, this is kind of a unique situation. So therefore, I would highly recommend that maybe we just, pass a motion for your roundtable discussion as information. Okay. That way it can be put into the record and that way it's for a message.
Roundtable discussion. Okay, thank you. Councilor Ford? Yes, please.
I would like to make a motion that we use this roundtable discussion as information at this time. Thank you, everybody.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, moving on. We're jumping to our next point on the agenda, which is notice of motions. Our first one we're going to be discussing is duties of deputy mayor, which is initially going to be brought forward by Councilor Funk. I believe this is on page 83 of your packages.
Right.
Yes, please proceed.
So this is a notice of motion that I did discuss with Mayor Fote that he seconded. I thought it would be good for all of council to have information that what the deputy mayor role, what the requirements and the duties and responsibilities are on a weekly and monthly basis, as there are a number of hours that are required during the criminal business hours that need to be supported in this role. One of the things that we've in our bylaw was that we would all have the opportunity to fill the position for the role of deputy mayor. So it's an elected spot by council every 8 months. And I just thought this would allow us to have a better understanding who has the ability and the hours available to fulfill the role. And so at the bottom of it, we did look at adding as these roles and responsibilities increase over time. At what point does it become a full-time position? That takes.
That's great. So the thoughts are that to further define the role of the position.
So thank you, Mayor and Council, if I can just interrupt. So I know this is our first notice motion, so I thank Councilor Funk for putting something forward. This notice motion that everybody can kind of maybe understand the process. So therefore today is reading the notice motion in. So Councilor Funk, I would actually like just to read the entire notice motion in, and therefore Mr. Mayor and Council, this will be debated at your next council meeting.
Okay.
So today is just for him to read the notice motion.
And do we have discussion at all today, or?
There's no discussion on a notice motion today. It will be at the next council meeting where it will be open for discussion.
I see. Okay, all right, thank you. Yeah, please.
This is bylaw, 014-22, 22nd of November, or sorry, 2022, November 15th. Notice of motion, I can probably skip all that part here. Okay. Presented by myself, Councillor Funk, seconded, by Deputy Mayor Mel Thote. Whereas the city of Chestermere, wishes to establish council policy with the provision of setting out roles and duties for the city of Chestermere's deputy mayor. And whereas the position of deputy mayor's position is unique in that while it is a part-time position, it has a number of obligations and meetings that are required to be fulfilled during normal business hours. And whereas under the city's procedural bylaws, it is an 8-month term to allow all members of council the opportunity to be voted to the position. And whereas to make aware to all councillors, mayor and deputy mayor as to what the time commitment is, and to review that those with a full-time job may not have the availability to meet the duties and commitments of the role as deputy mayor. And whereas to set in place the bylaw to outline proper roles, responsibilities, and duties of the deputy mayor to ensure that interested candidates knowingly understand to fulfill this potential full-time position. And whereas to amend and add a subclause to state the position of deputy mayor and to include it as a potential full-time commitment. Therefore, it be resolved that administration be directed to amend the bylaw to reflect the potential full-time duties.
Okay, thank you. All right, with that, if I can get a motion to accept that this notice of motion has been read forward and be agreed to by council. Council Pope?
I make a motion that this deputy mayor position has been read. And the next question.
Okay, any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Moving on to the second notice of motion, which is an award contract presented by Shannon DeCenzo.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. That has to go in camera first, and then we can bring that back to public.
Okay. All right, if I can get a motion to go in camera, as a handle, I move that we go into camera at 3:25 p.m. 3:25. Great, thank you, everyone. Call for the roll. All in favor? Thank you. We'll just be in front into the camera still. We'll have Hi there. Any comments or questions in regards to Stephen's motion? All in favor? Carry. We have a second motion, if you could proceed with Mr. Hanley.
That council directs administration to adjust the 2023 capital budget to reflect any changes due to the new cost estimates received in the RFP.
Okay, any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Shannon. That's right, very exciting project. Very exciting. Okay, with that, moving on to our next item of business is back in camera. Where we have two items that we'll be discussing. And so, motion to go back in camera. Councilor Clark? All in favor? Carried. Great, thanks everyone for your patience. We're just coming out of in camera. If I can get a motion to come out of in camera, Councillor Foot.
I mean, more should we come out in camera at this time?
Great, we just have one motion coming out of business in camera. The motion, I'll provide it, is I provide a motion that the City Director of Planning and Development signature, what is that, right? Upon, sorry, let me start that again. Upon the City Director of Planning and Development signature, this council approves his contract for employment. Are there any comments? Councillor Hanley?
The proper title is City Director Growth and Development.
Growth and Development, sorry. Okay. Okay, upon the City Directors of Growth and Development's signature, this council approves his contract for employment. Comments, questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, everyone. With that, that concludes our meeting for today. Would you like us to show that up again? You have it? It's okay? All right. If I could get a motion to adjourn our council meeting? Councillor Funk?
I make motion that we adjourn at this time.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you, everyone. Have a great day.